Right. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the meeting of Falkirk Planning Committee held in Grangemouth Community Centre Unit, 609071 Abbots Road, Grangemouth, Wednesday the 20th of May at 10 a.m. This meeting will be conducted both online and in person, in accordance with Section 43 of the Local Government Act Scotland 2003. I am Councillor Alf Kelly, Ward 3, and I'm convener of the meeting. The other members of the committee will introduce themselves first with members in the room, beginning with Deputy Convener.
Good morning, Councillor Ian Sinclair, Deputy Convener of Planning.
Yep.
Good morning, Councillor Gordon Forrest, Lord please.
Bailey James Kerr.
Councillor Robert Spears, elected member for Grangemouth.
Thank you. We now go to members online, please, perhaps starting with Bailey Buchanan.
Bailey Buchanan, Bonnavision Larbour.
Councillor Flynn.
Councillor Jim Flynn, Carsh Caernarfon, Trist.
Councillor Colley.
Councillor Fiona Colley, Denham Batnock.
Councillor Anslow.
Councillor Anslow, Carsh Caernarfon, Trist.
Is it Councillor Murtagh?
Councillor Laura Murtagh, also Carsh Caernarfon, Trist.
Thanks all. And now the officers in the room are, if we begin with Mr. McGuinness.
Good morning, Michael McGuinness. I'm Head of Growth, Planning, Sport and Culture. Kevin Brown, Development Management.
Julie Seidel-Gregory, Development Management.
Good morning, Richard Broadley, Senior Planning Manager.
Morning, Ian Henderson, Legal Services Manager. Thank you, Convener.
Arlene Fraser, Committee Services Officer.
Gemma MacArthur, Committee Services Officer.
Jim Miller, Committee Services Team Leader.
We have other officers online if we need them for support. Before we move to the business of the meeting, I'd like to wish the two members of our planning department the best wishes for long and happy retirement, namely Mr. Bernard Whittle and Donald Campbell, both of whom have been a great help to me with advice as a new councillor over the last 4 years. Thanks, guys. We really appreciate all your help, and no doubt there are others here who will miss you and your advice from that great pool of knowledge that you both have. Thanks very much for your service. Okay. Move on to apologies.
Thank you, Convener. We have apologies submitted by Provost Bissett. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Next is declarations of interest. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interests they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Do you have any declarations of interest? I have. As at the last meeting, I'd like to declare an interest in item 4 on the agenda. Around 2011-2012, I raised an objection to the application at Tom Fine Farm and Cowden Hill Quarry. At that time, I was not a councillor, but a resident. When it was resurrected 14 years later, I informed officers of these objections I had raised. Having regard to the objective test in the Councillor Code of Conduct, I consider this may amount to an interest that requires to be declared. I shall leave the meeting for this item and not participate in the discussion or decision-making on it. Okay. Item 3 is the minute of the meeting of the Planning Committee held on 22nd of April 2026. Are there any questions regarding this minute? Thank you. Okay. So we'll take that's it. Okay, so I will leave it to my deputy convener. I'll be back.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. Let's move to item 4 on the agenda, which is the landscape restoration of Quarry Void, comprising planting and earthworks restoration and upgrading of southern section of site access road leading to the A803 at Cowdenhill Quarry, Coney Park Crescent, Banknock for Wholesome P10, pages 10 to 30. This is a continuation from our last meeting. It's pages 11 to 36. There was a site visit to this application on Monday the 18th. So we, first item of business we need to deal with, committee has 2 deputation requests this morning. The first from Jennifer Pitcairn on behalf of the residents of Coney Park and surrounding areas, and the second from Stephen McLaughlin, who's the applicant. In accordance with Standing Order 33, are the committee happy to hear the deputation?
Agreed.
Councillor Spears, you have a question.
Just to express my apologies for being unable to attend the site meeting, which I had proposed at our previous meeting, but I have been in consultation with a local member and he has made me aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Spears. We'll turn to, I think the committee was content to hear the deputation, so we'll turn to Kevin Brown, Planning Officer, to provide an overview of the case. Councillor Forrest.
One thing regarding Councillor Spears' comment there, he has been in contact with the local member. Can I ask, is this the
Through the
local,
chair, Councillor Forrest.
sorry, is this the local member that has just absented himself from this deliberation?
So I think I'll pass to Mr Henderson to see if there's anything that we need to confirm or clarify where that's concerned.
Thank you, Convener. So I think the important matter here is that there is nothing to specifically preclude a member from taking a decision at planning committee if they didn't attend the site visit, if they're familiar with the site and they have read the report and understand the background to the matter. So I think the key thing for Councillor Spears is that he hasn't had discussion on the merits of the application, and it was purely to familiarise himself with the nature of the site.
That's grand, thanks, because I was concerned that since the local councillor has absented himself from here because it may be implied that he has a bias against it. That some of the bias may have passed over to yourself, and for that, thank you.
So bias is a strong word.
Yes, sorry, bias is too strong a word.
I think if we are able to keep the discussion as relatively civil as we possibly can.
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean any
of bias. I don't think are appropriate on this occasion. But Councillor Spears, I wonder if you'd able to clarify.
No, I understand Councillor Forrest is still a relatively new councillor. I've been elected for 39 years, and be assured I am capable of making up my own mind on a decision and being impartial.
Thank you for that, Councillor Spears. Thank you, Kevin Brown.
Thank you. This is a detailed application proposing the landscape restoration of Cowdenhill Quarry and the upgrading of a section of access road out to the A803. Gemma, I wonder if you could bring up the aerial photo site plan for me while I'm speaking. The restoration works proposed include the regrading of the Dupes Burn corridor to the southeast of the existing quarry void to aid natural drainage, along with planting and earthworks to improve visual amenity, biodiversity and safety. Well, the plan's coming up. I'll just move on. The members will see from the report that this application forms part of a cross-boundary proposal to both North Lanarkshire Council and Falkirk Council. The cross-boundary proposal consists of the application as outlined in today's reports, today to be assessed by Falkirk Council, and a separate application for a new hard rock quarry at Tom Fine Farm to the north of the site to be assessed by North Lanarkshire Council. The plan that's on the screen at the moment shows the areas in orange are all within Falkirk Council's boundary area. The areas in green are within North Lanarkshire Council, So you can see there the southern portion of the access road, which is proposed to be upgraded. The bright green line that you can see in the northern portion of that, within the green hazed area, that's shown to be the extent of the proposed Tom Fine quarry void to the north of the site, as I said, being assessed by North Lanarkshire Council. And the existing quarry void, Jim, I don't know if you can zoom in on the orange area there for me. Yes, you can see the existing quarry void there outlined in a brighter orange colour as well. Thanks, Gemma. It's perhaps worthwhile if there's some site photographs in the file as well. If you could flick through those while I'm speaking, that would be great. You'll see from sections 2.1 and 3.3 of today's report that a minded to grant decision was previously taken on this application by Falkirk Council Planning Committee on 30th October 2013, and that North Lanarkshire Council were also previously minded to grant planning permission for the Tom Fine Quarry proposal on the 1st of October 2013. Unfortunately, due to a variety of complex legal disputes, the required legal agreements for each development were unable to be signed, with these applications remaining live until now. On resolution of these legal disputes, the applicant sought to resurrect the applications in late 2024 with the resubmission of updated survey and environmental information to reflect current standards and best practice. On resurrection of this application, Falkirk Council encouraged the applicants to undertake public consultation, given the extended time period since submission of the initial application. Falkirk Council also carried out a fresh round of neighbour notification and consultation on the application. The results of the consultation process are summarised in section 4 of today's report, and members will note that no objection remain outstanding from consultees. Public representations are set out within section 6 of today's report and assessed in section 7b5 and 7b6. You'll see from this that whilst there have been a significant number of representations and petition signatories, the majority of points raised relate to issues related to the proposed new quarry at Tom Fine Farm being assessed by North Lanarkshire Council, and not to the restoration or access road proposals for Cowden Hill. In terms of policy assessment, the proposal before Falkirk Council here today is assessed as being in accordance with the development plan, with the officer recommendation to committee being to grant planning permission subject to the conditions outlined in the report. Members should also be aware that North Lanarkshire Council at their meeting of the 9th of April this year agreed to grant planning permission for application P1200729 FUL for the proposed new quarry at Tom Fine Farm. Members should be aware that Falkirk Council officers have been working closely with North Lanarkshire Council to feed into the planning consultations agreed by North Lanarkshire on this application. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So we now move to... Okay, yeah, so we now move to the deputations, and I'd like to invite Jennifer Pitcairn to come up to make her deputation on behalf of the residents of Coney Park and surrounding areas. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for your for attending here today, and for providing your time to give a deputation to the committee. First of all, I'd just ask you to introduce yourself, if that would be okay.
My name is Jennifer Pitcairn, and I'm here representing the residents of Auchincloch and Hags and Banknock and Coney Park, and I actually live 0.82 miles from Tom Fine and 300 metres from this access road. So for me, this is really important.
Thank you for that. You will have 10 minutes this morning to provide your deputation to the committee, following which there may be questions from members of the committee. If I could ask you to bring your microphone just slightly closer, just so that everybody in the room and online can hear you, and take it away when you're ready. Thank you.
So thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here, as I said, representing the views and objections of residents from Auchincloch, Coney Park, Banknock and Haggs, and we urge you to refuse this application. This proposal is being presented as a simple infrastructure improvement, but in reality it is a major enabling development that will allow intensive quarrying operations, increase heavy vehicle traffic and permanently damage the character, safety and environmental quality of our area and our community. And once this road is upgraded, there is no going back. What I would like to do in my time allowed is direct your focus to areas we believe have been glossed over or disregarded due to the required boxes being ticked. So number one, the restoration of Cowden Hill Quarry. The restoration of Cowden Hill is not dependent on a new quarry opening at Tom Fine as detailed at item number 7B.6 and agenda item 4. The applicant does not own the quarry and the landowner may refuse them access for restoration works. With no financial bond to Falkirk Council to prevent this happening, having a planning condition in place is simply not adequate. I would like to respectfully remind the committee this was a planning condition of the previous planning permission for the quarry, and despite Falkirk Council writing to remind the operator of their obligations under that planning condition, a restoration plan was never submitted and no restoration was carried out. There are well-documented reasons why quarries should be restored. For safety and hazard reduction, the applicant proposes minimal restoration works as the quarry void will remain as will the deep water. As such, it is assumed that the danger and keep out signage will remain to deter people from entering the site. Biodiversity and ecological net gain. The quarry ceased extraction in 2011, that was 15 years ago. Nature has already been reclaiming it and we have photos to prove that. What is the benefit of the minimal restoration works now and the disruption that that's going to cause? And 3, community and commercial use. Reclaimed quarries are frequently repurposed for public leisure, but not in this instance. There is absolutely no gain to our local community for this quarry being restored. There is no biodiversity gain, there is no community gain, there is no gain. Restoring Cowden Hill feels very much like lip service to a legal obligation that was not fulfilled by the previous operator. I would also like to highlight the fact that the applicant does not own the access road and has provided no guarantee of use. It's unlikely it will be purchased as the owner requires the access road for their own properties. And please note this same access road was the subject of a court battle with the previous quarry operator. Number 2, Japanese knotweed. Falkirk Council is seeking a method statement on the eradication of the Japanese knotweed at the southern end of the site. However, the applicant has failed to update their ecological survey, which would have highlighted the access road is riddled with it. The photos provided to you, which I have copies, show that Japanese knotweed at the entrance to the site from the A803 and both sides of the access road up towards Cowden Hill and Tom Fine. This is beyond the wheel wash, and if it's not eradicated properly, lorries are going to be brushing past it and carrying seeds and spores out onto the main highway and into Banknock. The risk of Japanese knotweed spreading onto verges through Coney Park and into Banknock and Haggs is massive, and Falkirk Council are going to be left to bear the cost of that removal. Just as an example, this is the gate at the entrance road. This is Japanese knotweed. That's a bigger picture. This is about an 8 metre worth of Japanese knotweed on the road up to the quarry. That's not detailed in the survey, and there's more of it. The wheel wash. Residents have concerns about the location of the wheel wash, proposed to be roughly half a mile up the access road. The applicant, when asked at the consultation event, had no information where the water from the wheel wash would drain to. There are concerns this will drain into the already flooded field adjacent to the proposed location. Photos of this have already been provided to the committee, and I'm guessing that you saw it when you site visit on Monday. There is concern that silt and vehicle lubricants such as oil, diesel, coolant and AdBlue could be washed into waterways, some of which contain brown trout and further pollute our local burns and rivers. The wheel wash cannot be located near the properties at the bottom of the access road, as occupants need to access their homes with their own vehicles. There is only a small section of the road proposed to be upgraded and widened. There are no plans to upgrade the road leading up to Tom Fine Farm. The road leading up to the farm is narrow with poor lines of sight. There was, I believe, discussion from the applicant that they would put in some kind of circular system, potentially using the existing road up to Cowden Hill. The access road to Cowden Hill should not be used, as this would essentially link the two quarries together, and there is a general presumption against multiple quarries in one area. Dust pollution and air quality. Dust from this very access road previously affected the residents of Coney Park and further afield, resulting in an air quality management area being implemented. An AQMA was only revoked 10 years after operations ceased at Cowden Hill. 10 years it took for the air quality to improve. This is contrary to Falkirk Council Local Development Plan Policy IR16, as it would have a significant adverse impact on local community and environment. The applicant operated the quarry at Croy, and the very same mitigating measures, wheel washes, tarred roads, water bowsers to dampen dust on the yard tarred sections, and sheeted lorries were all implemented. Croy was still declared an AQMA in 2011, which was in place until 2022, again years after quarry operations stopped. This is absolute proof that measures do not work. We have letters from residents in Croy who describe their experience of living next to the quarry as terrible. One resident said lots of people contacted the quarry manager and they do a lot of talking, but nothing ever gets done. That is local people with first-hand experience of this very applicant. Given this evidence, it's clear that the likelihood of Coney Park and possibly the new housing development of Banknock being declared AQMAs is unacceptably high. And it would be Falkirk Council managing both this financially, environmentally and economically. Banknock is highlighted as an area for growth, and with the new high-quality houses being built, a new community hub planned, and upgrades to schools and other community assets being discussed and planned for, it seems completely contradictory to allow an activity that will put all this development work in jeopardy. I mean, who wants to buy a home near a quarry? I would like to make the point that this application cannot and should not be viewed independently from the application to North Lanarkshire for quarry works at Tom Fine. They are very much linked. An upgraded access road is not neutral. It's designed to accommodate larger volumes of HGVs, more frequent movements and heavier industrial use. It's your residents in Falkirk Council villages that will bear the consequences through increased noise, vibration, dust and danger on our local roads. Traffic impacts on the A803. The applicant says the HGV movement would be 130 journeys per day. We all understood this from the consultation event that this was journeys both ways, so 65 vehicles roughly. The traffic assessment says in point 6.1.3 that the journeys would be 130 entries and exits. That's 260 journeys. As they point out, that's 26 HGVs through Banknock each hour, assuming a 10-hour working day. So what is it, 130 journeys or 260? 130 is a lot, 260 is unacceptable. This is through a village where we currently maybe see 1 or 2 an hour. This directly goes against Falkirk's policy IR06 active travel. Point 5.2.5 of the transport assessment, and I will read it to you. The main method of controlling traffic will be to limit the hours of operation of the quarry so that heavy goods vehicles are not travelling to and from the site in the early morning or night periods. Through this mechanism, it's noted that quarry-related movements will typically not be present on the local roads at times when school travel is taking place. It's therefore suggesting there will be no HGV movement early mornings, night periods or during school times. What does this actually mean? I personally consider 7 a.m. when my children are still asleep as early, and I consider 7 p.m. when I'm putting my youngest to bed as late. The assessment also suggests that HGV movement will be stopped during school hours and school finish times. That's not sustainable for an operator as a business, nor can it be monitored. Logically, if they operate HGV movements, say from 9 a.m. until 3 and then from 4 when the school buses have finished dropping children back from school until say 6, that condenses those 260 journeys.
You've got a minute left.
A minute.
1 minute left.
It's not acceptable the transport assistant minimises the traffic increase to 3%. It's not 3%. Road damage from vehicle increases exponentially with its weight. A single 20-tonne lorry does between 2.5 and 10,000 times more damage than a typical car. The traffic assessment has not taken into account committed developments which have to be considered. There are significant developments in Banknock that will add to road usage in the year to come. Information regarding school buses is wrong. Impact on local community. Of particular concern is the fact that heavy quarry vehicles will travel through our local community. A heavy goods vehicle typically produces 5 to 10 more greenhouse gas emissions than a standard passenger car. That over a day is effectively an additional 2,500 cars over a 10-hour period a day. Over a year, close to nearly 1 million.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you very much for that. Does any member of the committee have any questions? Councillor Spears.
Quite a few questions. Might take more than 10 minutes.
Happy with that?
I think before we go on, I think if we have a fairly packed schedule today, if we can keep questions not to a minimum, succinct please, and succinct answers, that would be very much appreciated.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it.
So if we can keep questions succinct and answers succinct, that would be very much appreciated. We have a lot of business to get through today. That's to the whole committee, Councillor Spears. Thank you.
I think I'll accept your appreciation once I've been succinct asking my questions. Thank you. You're welcome. You mentioned two...
Councillor Spears, could you bring your microphone towards you? Thank you.
Sorry. You mentioned two things regarding the council, II16 and IR06. Could you expand on that a bit? You feel that these haven't been used properly in the past?
It's not necessarily in the past. I think it's looking forward into the future. So particularly in Banknock, when you've got plans for 453 new homes, there's going to be 4 additional traffic light operated junctions and crossings. Is all of that active transport policy is going towards utilising sustainable transport, the first one of which is walking, the second one of which is cycling. So car transport and HGV fall low down on that list. So if Falkirk are trying to promote active travel, sustainable travel in our local community, this completely contradicts it. So active travel, when you've got HGVs going through a village at 260 per day, when you are trying to encourage and improve walking access and cycling routes, HGVs are 5 times more likely to be involved in fatal accidents. 5 times more likely. You're asking children to walk across a road where you're increasing traffic. You're asking them to inhale emissions at a school that is on the roadside at 2.5, 3,000 times, up to 10,000 times more than the average car. It's not simply there's enough space on the road for HGVs. You have to take into account the type of vehicle that it is. And if I put this into perspective, an HGV emissions, one HGV emission from one HGV idling for 1 minute at a crossing outside a school fills enough balloons, 1,500 balloons, those emissions will fill. And you've got 260 of those going through a village. That's going fully against Falkirk's active transport policy.
Do you think policing of this area has been addressed?
No. I think what the transport assessment has done is they've assessed the entrance to the site. I don't think it's taken into account the community. I don't think it's taken into account committed developments that are happening in Banknock that Falkirk have committed to, and not just the 453 houses at the back of the care home. There's 200 houses on the opposite side of the road. You've got, I think there's 100 houses that Falkirk Council are planning to build. The transport hasn't taken into that account, and it's asking 260 journeys through a village that sees 1 to 2 an hour. And you're asking us to kind of take the brunt of that. You're asking our children to breathe in those emissions. You're asking our residents to deal with that. And it's not right, and it goes against policy.
So do you feel the present regulations are not working?
I don't think that it's not working, but I'm asking the question as to how that's going to be policed in the future. They're talking about 260 journeys, 130 vehicles. How is that going to be policed? Who's going to count those? How is that then not going to open the door for further requests to planning for further vehicle usage, opening up the quarry? It doesn't just stop at this planning permission, it stops wherever they want it to stop.
Is there any chance one of our officers could bring over the pictures of the knotweed so we can look at it a bit more closely?
I have copies.
It'd be up to the committee if there's anything that we can bring up to see. It's nothing.
The only
is
mention.
Is it the drawings the deputies brought with them, Councillor Spears, that you're looking at?
Repeat that.
Right.
The only
Is it-
mention of Japanese knotweed in the application is on the south side of the site, and I'm assuming south side of the site means the south side of Cowden Hill Quarry, which there is knotweed there. There is no mention of it on the access road up to the quarry, and it's riddled.
Okay. My assumption here about what we're saying is that the officers don't have those pictures to hand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, these pictures are available to see right now for the committee.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know.
I actually have copies for everybody if you would like your own copy.
I think we have the situation where we have a number of members of the committee online. So the process here would be that these would have to be scanned to be able to be seen by the whole committee.
Okay.
So I think if you can pass them to Jim, our committee services team leader, that'd be helpful. These will be sent round as soon as possible. So we'll continue with questions at the moment. Do you have more questions, Councillor Spears?
Yes. You have said that the access road would not be for quarry use, but for the owner's own use. Could you, is that an assumption, or can you expand on that?
So from the site visit, you would have seen that there's only one entrance into that site. So you turn up from the A830. If you're going from Banknock, you turn in right. That road leads to what is detailed on the plans as Netherview Cottage, but the owner has actually built an additional 3 properties on that site. So the road is actually used, it's not going to only be used by site traffic, it's going to be used by owners of those properties. Just as a point of interest, those properties were not detailed on the consultation during the consultation process by the applicant. So they were using old maps that did not detail those properties. So there's Netherview, 2 what they called worker cottages, and the estate house that have since been built since the original application. So there's going to be their own vehicles using that access road, which is why the wheel wash can't be put further down, because those properties need to be able to access their property without going through a wheel wash, I guess.
Okay, thank you. You also mentioned advanced adjacent flooding to fields in the area.
Yes. So I think these photos have been circulated to the committee before, but up the access road, probably just about where they're actually proposing to put the wheel wash, there is a filled-in railway bridge, and the field next to it regularly floods. These are photos that have been taken when it's relatively dry, and we haven't had a lot of rain recently, and there is still evidence of flooding there. This one, I don't know if you can see that. I think you guys have maybe already seen this. Has the flooding with what looks like pollutant over the top of it already. So there's already pollutants in that water. Here is a photo of the flooded field, and this is right near where they're proposing to put the wheel wash. And with no evidence, and they were asked, where's the water going to run off to? It is assuming it's going to run off into that area. So that's going to cause further flooding issues. And it's not just that. When you're washing the wheels down of a vehicle, you're washing everything that's leaking off that vehicle. So you're washing off oil, you're washing off diesel, you're washing off AdBlue, you're washing off any other lubricant that has been on that vehicle. Who's going to say if the vehicle is suitable for being on the road if it's got an oil leak? It's not. This is, these waterways around here contain brown trout, and there's fisheries up at Cloy Bank who use these waterways, and if the water is increased in this area and the flooding is worse, that's going to affect waterways, it's going to affect biodiversity, it's going to affect the environment.
Okay, can I ask our officers to also show the pictures of the flooded areas?
Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate there's a number of interesting points being raised here. I think what we'll do, Standing Order 33.6 suggests that we wouldn't normally have questions sessions to deputations over 10 minutes, but there is some discretion available. I'd be minded, Councillor Spears, if you could ask one final question for yourself, because we have another member looking to come in, perhaps more to come in. So if you could ask a final question, and then I'll move to other members. Thank you.
Give me a second to go through my notes. Actually, that was the last question. But I might come back with further on knotweed once we see the pictures.
Okay, so thank you for that, Councillor Spears. Councillor Colley.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation around the from the group. I've just got a couple of questions, because I think that the question around where the Japanese knotweed is, I think is quite important, and I think the photos will help with that. So I'll park that one. There was a point that you made around the minimal restoration. Excuse me, can't speak properly today. And the fact about nature already reclaiming it, and I wonder if you're able to say a little bit more about that, just in terms of if that restoration, if you believe that it is of a level that actually would warrant what is already reclaiming, warrant additional work when nature's already reclaiming. I just wonder if you're able to say a little bit more.
So if you've been up to the site, you'd have seen you've got the access road kind of going up to the quarry, and then you've got kind of plants and gorse bushes and everything kind of growing into where the quarry site is. But the proposal is to not fill the void. So the quarry is still going to be there, the deep well is still going to be there, the water is still going to be there. There's talk about planting, there's talk about biodiversity, habitats re-established. It's already doing that. Nature is already doing that. We're not a year down the line of that quarry having stopped excavation. We are 15 years down the line. If we're not restoring it for community benefit, or we're not restoring it for commercial use, what exactly is the point of doing the restoration works? There's keep out signs, there's danger signs. The public are not encouraged to go there. If nature has already started reclaiming it over the last 15 years and biodiversity has already started happening, what is the point? What is there going to be additional benefit in potentially destroying what's already happened and then putting it back in place? And plus, when you actually look at what restoration is supposed to be, it's supposed to be a long-term plan. So restoration of that quarry, there should be topographical surveys done, there should be ecological surveys done, there should be plans put in place, there should be there should be bat surveys and newt surveys, and I don't see any of that having been done. It just feels like lip service. The previous operator didn't do it, we'll do something nice for the environment, but it's not benefiting the community whatsoever. It's not benefiting the quarry whatsoever. The quarry's already started doing what nature intended to do. It doesn't need us to help it any further.
Thank you very much. The question about flooding, you've already covered. I wonder, you've made quite a lot of reference to the number of journeys, and I think obviously there's what feels like different information, but I wonder, obviously you've spoken to a number of residents who were living in the area when the previous quarry was actually functional, and the issue around the air quality management zone, and I wonder if you can maybe say a little bit about issues around if anybody talked about issues around health and well-being related to dust, etc. And I wonder if you may not be able to say anything about that, but I just wondered if you got any feedback from the residents who were there at the time around that.
So actually, my father-in-law has lived at where we are since the other quarry, and he has talked about dust, he's talked about noise, he's talked about the windows vibrating when they were blasting. We are less than a mile from that. Coney Park is less than a mile. Coney Park is something like 282 metres, I think, from the access road. And Coney Park residents have talked about the dust. They talked about health issues. They talked about asthma. Quarry residents have talked about increase in asthma and dust in the area. And we have letters, we have evidence from local residents, both in Quarry and Coney Park and Banknock, of the negative impact of the quarry and the air quality on them and their health and on their houses. Who wants to live in a house that's covered by dust? And on a side note, the noise as well. So if you have a look at the noise survey that was submitted by the applicant, they submitted it on a day when the wind was travelling from the northwest, and all of the sites that they assessed sat to the northwest of the site. So you're not going to hear anything. If you turned that around and got them to do a noise survey when, for instance, we sit to the southwest of the site, if they came and did a survey like they did 12 years ago on our arena, when the wind is travelling from the east, you would hear everything, because we hear everything. And they didn't do that because it's convenient. And if you look at the evidence is there, it's on the noise survey, that everything that was assessed was for their benefit on that particular day.
Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that. I might have some questions for officers, but I appreciate the time that you've taken to answer those.
Thank you very much. Can see Billy Kerr.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks for your deputation. With regards to the entrance and upgrade of the entrance, as already been stated, North Lanarkshire has already granted permission for the quarry. If the applicant was to scrap that entrance and come from North Lanarkshire, what could we do if they've already granted permission? The journeys would still happen.
Well, as I understand it, I do believe the applicant said that the quarry wouldn't go ahead if the planning permission was refused for the upgrade to the access road, because there's no other access to the quarry unless you build one to the north, which doesn't access any, or you go through Banton, which I don't believe North Lanarkshire would allow. So what you've got is you've got a quarry that benefits North Lanarkshire in terms of the land banking, in terms of the rates from the business, and you've got road damage and emissions and air quality and all the negative impact on a community that sits in Falkirk. What's the benefit to Falkirk Council? What's the benefit? You've got a quarry where all the land banking goes to the west of Scotland Mineral Land Bank, where North Lanarkshire is part of, Falkirk's not part of that. And you've got who's going to pay for the road damage? Who's going to deal with the complaints from Banknock residents? Who's going to deal with all of that? And point in fact, they're not upgrading the access. They're not upgrading the entrance. They're just simply saying they want to tar and widen, stretch up to where the road splits. And that's where it hits North Lanarkshire.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for other people? Thanks.
Thanks, Billy Kerr. I don't see any other hands online, and I don't see anyone with Councillor Spears. I'm going to draw this to a close. The questions to this deputation, Councillor Spears, I think. Photos have been circulated to members, so if anybody... So, Councillor Spears, I'm minded to take one question. Well, if we can keep it brief and succinct, please. We have a significant amount of business.
Thank you very much for your pictures of the flooding, but the show concerning anomalies like scum on water, can ask Was this ever analysed to know exactly if there is a pollutant in the first place, and if there's been any action taken, since you have mentioned medical conditions and health of neighbouring residents?
I don't believe there has been an assessment of the pollutant that's on the flooding area. I believe it should be looked at. And I also believe that the applicant should be made to detail exactly where the water is going from the wheel wash. These are, on a side note, we run an engineering company, so I'm fully aware of what happens with vehicles and diesels in particular, and the lubricants and everything that's involved with them. So I know about pollutants, and I know about emissions, and I know about engines. And 260 is not small. The emissions are massive. The pollutants are massive. And you're asking all of that water that's washing those wheels, the silica has been proven to be massively dangerous to health, which can cause asthma and other kind of lung conditions. You're asking that silica that's on those vehicles to go into our local waterways, and those waterways are in Falkirk. So who's going to be clearing those up? Who's going to be dealing with the fallout from that? It's not going to be North Lanarkshire, and it's not going to be the applicant. It's going to be you guys who are going to be sitting around dealing with complaints and dealing with issues and dealing with environmental impact and dealing with air quality management and everything that comes around. And it's not just time, it's money. And that money should be spent on our community. It should be spent improving the school and helping our children learn, not exposing them to 260 HGVs every day for 21 years. That's my children, my 1.5-year-old. My 7-year-old is going to have to live with this for 21 years.
On that note, thank you very much. I'll bring your deputation to a close. Thank you for your time this morning and for taking the time out to answer all those questions. I'll give you a couple of moments to get back to your seat.
Thank you.
Before we bring the next deputation. Okay, we shall bring the next deputation to the floor. It's Mr. Stephen McLaughlin. So if you could come forward, please. Okay. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you very much for attending this morning. If we can get you both to introduce yourselves, please.
Yeah, so good morning. I'm Stephen McLaughlin. I represent Wholesome UK, formerly known as Aggregate Industries.
Hi there, Kim McLaren. I'm an environmental consultant with Ironside Fires. We've helped Wholesome with the application.
Okay, excellent. If I could ask you both to bring your microphone just slightly closer to you so everybody's able to hear clearly. So will you both be presenting this morning? No,
I think it's mainly me just talking. Okay. Kim for a bit more of the technical detail.
Okay, no problem. So yep, in total we have 10 minutes, and then for any questions afterwards, we'll try and do our best if there are questions to give the same relative same amount of time that's just been spent on questions to the first deputation. So yeah, when you're ready, take it away.
That's lovely. Thank you. Okay, so. I'm here today to speak in support of this application, which focuses on the restoration of the Cowdenhill Quarry Void, and the upgrading of the access road to the A803. As we've discussed already, on the 9th of April, North Lanarkshire Council granted planning permission for our application to develop Tom Fine Quarry. Tom Fine is a replacement for the now restored Croy Quarry, and that consent contains the planning conditions to protect the local community and the environment. This application before you today represents a significant milestone for Wholesome, which would enable us to complete a high quality restoration of Cowdenhill and make it a safer place, and I think that's a key point. We will be required to complete restoration work at Cowden Hill before we begin quarrying at Tomfine. The original planning permission for Cowden Hill, which predates Wholesome's involvement, contained limited restoration proposals, and that permission expired in 2024. If granted, this application will allow Wholesome to restore Cowden Hill and to make the old quarry safer. Approval of this restoration scheme delivers 3 long-term benefits to the local area. And the first one is safety. No restoration works have taken place in the quarry since it stopped operating in 2011. There's a number of things that have happened in that time, including the water, the level of the water increasing the void, and that's something that we will look to change. We'll look to regrade the faces to reduce the gradients on the quarry faces, put bunds in to contain any rockfall, raise the quarry floor, as I've just mentioned, to reduce water levels and to allow natural drainage into the Doups burn. Ultimately, by having the quarry at Tomfine, we will increase the passive surveillance through our operations at Tomfine and effectively monitor and maintain fencing and signage. Secondly, biodiversity. Over the past 5 years, we have continually updated our ecology and biodiversity reports. And I did note in the previous deputation request questions about whether or not we have bat surveys or great crested newt surveys. We do, and most of them should be on the North Lanarkshire Council website, possibly Falkirk as well. Our restoration plan protects an exceptional population of great crested newts and effectively expands their habitat to ensure that this population will continue to thrive. Thirdly, we will improve the entrance and the footpath at the A803. We surface 1/2 kilometre of roads towards the quarry at Tomfine. Partly you have the wheel wash, and then effectively the lorries are able to drive onto the surfaced road and out onto the A803. Mainly to ensure that the lorries are clean when driving onto the local roads, and ultimately ensure that the lorries are sheeted before leaving the site, which avoids some of the dust that was talked about before. We've been involved in the planning of this project for a long time, and we are aware of the concerns raised by local residents, and I respectfully hear the comments from the lady that was on before. Last year, we carried out leaflet drops and we organised 2 walk-in events at Banknock and Banton community halls. The community told us that the increased traffic, the noise, the dust and the dirt are all of significant concerns. Following this, we engaged with Falkirk Council Transport Planning Unit and we updated our transport assessment. And we did take into account the lorry journeys. We also took into account the other developments which are going to occur around the area. And I would clarify it is 130 journeys in total, not 260. We are committed to working with the communities to ensure we comply with their obligations and to ensure that we operate within the terms of our planning permission. And we'll do this in a number of ways. Firstly, compared to the previous permission, which was granted over 25 years ago, we have modern planning conditions. The conditions proposed by your officers today and by North Lanarkshire Council last month specifically deal with operating hours, blasting times, road cleaning, dust suppression and noise limits. These conditions will ensure that any effects on the local community and the environment are monitored and mitigated, and this is an ongoing process. We have a very good track record operating quarries in Scotland. We operate at Tintillin Quarry near Shotts, with a village similar to Coney Park and Banknock in Salisbury, Levenseat Quarry in Fauldhouse, and we have a large quarry up at Glensanda near Oban. At all of our sites, we enjoy a good relationship with the community. At Croy, which was discussed earlier, we had a community liaison group, and as far as I'm aware, we had a very good relationship with the community. We will set up a community liaison group at Cowden Hill to give the community a voice. The community will also have direct contact with the quarry manager to ensure that any problems can be dealt with quickly. But importantly, and I think this is important for some of the points that were raised before, our compliance with planning conditions at Tomfine will be monitored by an independent compliance officer throughout the life of the project, and that officer reports to North Lanarkshire Council. We do this at Tintillin Quarry already, and it's proven to be a good way to demonstrate our compliance with our conditions. We understand that the community's views have been coloured by the historical operation of Cowdenhill Quarry. However, we would point to our operations elsewhere in Scotland as evidence that Wholesome are committed to working with and being part of the local community. In summary, by approving this application today, you will enable Wholesome to carry out the restoration of Cowdenhill Quarry, making it safer, but also improving the biodiversity of the site. We are genuinely committed to working with the community and being a good neighbour. We will look to do this through good communications and external monitoring. And on this basis, we would ask that you consider the granting of this application to restore Cowdenhill. I'd like to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move on, I would ask everyone in the room if you can ensure that your phones are on silent or switched off, please. That would be great. I would be grateful for that. So we'll move to questions now, to deputation. Any members have any questions? Councillor Spears.
Thank you, convener.
Again, if you could move the, if you could bring the, if you could bring the microphone closer.
Yeah, give me time to put it up. Can I continue on unhindered? Thank you. You mentioned North Lanarkshire Council on numerous occasions. You say that you will have an independent officer who will be, is he working or monitored by North Lanarkshire Council?
So effectively, you have a consultant that's approved by North Lanarkshire Council, and they will look at what you're doing. They will come and inspect the site and effectively see if you've complied with your conditions. If you haven't, it's effectively a red which goes to the council, and then they can organise enforcement.
You highlighted safety benefits, water level increase, bunds, burn drainage. Now I live in Grangemouth and all the rivers come through here, so we end up with everything. So when people further up the district say they're going to use local drainage, we know we're getting it. Can you tell me how you're going to monitor what enters these burns?
I think firstly with Cowdenhill, the thing to bear in mind is that there's no industrial process. So what we're looking to do, one of the main benefits with Cowdenhill is to use material that's there already to raise the floor. So we minimise the amount of water in the void. And the reason for that is that despite the comments that were made before, we know that there are people that swim in the quarry and it's hugely dangerous. You know, it's something that people don't always understand the risks. We try, we have a number of initiatives to try and advertise this, going to schools, whatever. But ultimately, by raising the floor, you reduce the amount of water in the void, so it's less cold for a start. That water will then drain, so we're going to create a drainage channel that will work its way to the Doups. So effectively, there's no process. So there shouldn't. There's effectively gravel drainage to protect from any silt going into the watercourse, but there's no additional process to put silt into the watercourse. You've got to remember that this is separate from Tom Fine.
Will there be any chemical monitoring?
We will undertake, and this applies to everything. We are required to undertake environmental monitoring and mitigate where possible. So there will be monitoring. But ultimately, for Cowdenhill will be designed. We're restoring something that sat unrestored for 20 odd years, or sorry, for 15 odd years. So there's not something new happening there. We're trying to create something that ultimately will fit in better with the local environment. If it became obvious that there was something in the water, you would monitor it, and we would look to mitigate.
You mentioned the word biodiversity. Much used word today. Do you think knotweed on this land that you're representing represents biodiversity?
I can answer that one. So Japanese knotweed is obviously a notifiable plant, and there's a duty on a landowner to ensure that doesn't spread and that that's managed. So I think we would absolutely, as part of the proposals for the restoration, have to address the Japanese knotweed in agreement with. So SEPA will have they have guidelines on how that's treated and removed and managed. If it's taken off site, obviously it has to go to a licensed landfill. So that would be part of the access road upgrade, and then the management and the monitoring of that would be done as part of that planning compliance officer element.
Can you tell me how many years it's been present?
I mean, the problem with Japanese knotweed is it does spread, on things like road verges, particularly where you've got fly tipping, for example, as well. It is a very challenging plant, generally. I think we've seen, particularly during periods of COVID when there wasn't treatment happening elsewhere. We saw quite a lot of giant hogweed, for example, around certain road areas of road infrastructure. But I think where there's a duty, obviously where it's been identified, there is a duty then on the landowner and manager to ensure that that doesn't spread and that it's treated and handled correctly.
The problem is it spreads on areas that you're not responsible for as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always management of the source that we've got in situ as we're responsible for it. There is that wider monitoring just to ensure that we're treating it as we see it. That would apply across any land development across Scotland. All land managers have that same duty. But it is challenging on things like, you're absolutely right, things like railway networks and things where you've got large areas of infrastructure. They're not always monitored and managed just because of the scale of that task. I think with something obviously of this nature, that monitoring and management is possible because it's over a more concentrated area.
That neatly moves us on to the Council's Transport Planning Department. Will they police the conditions that are being laid down?
So before you come in there, I'm not sure that's a question for the deputation, but perhaps to be left for officers, Councillor Spears?
I'll certainly be asking officers later. Yeah. But
I think that,
do you feel it will be policed by the council, or do you feel you maybe have to police it yourself?
From Wholesome's point of view, we're audited by BSI, so ultimately we have to, this is before I come on to what the council would do. So we have to keep records of lorry movements, etc. So if we demonstrate that we've got 260 movements rather than 130, that comes up as a non-compliance. So that would be something for our company that we wouldn't want to happen. But ultimately, because it is being monitored, so I think in the past there wasn't a formal program of monitoring. There is a compliance officer who will be able to see the records and ultimately be able to say, look, that is over the amount of lorries that are entering the site, and enforcement can then take place.
And the planning compliance officer would often have the tonnage figures as well. So you're comparing the actual amount of volumes that's either coming out of Tom Fine or for the restoration of the Cowden Hill element. But Tom Fine would be monitored by the planning compliance officer in terms of tonnages linked to vehicle routes. There would typically be a connection then with the roads transport planning unit. If there were complaints raised, that's often something again that would be picked up by the planning compliance officer and through the community liaison group if there were particular issues or concerns.
Yeah, but does he report to North Lanarkshire Council or Falkirk Council?
I think there's an element of both, because ultimately the compliance officer is for North Lanarkshire Council, but it's a joint application. I mean, again, Kevin, I'm sure, will advise on the interplay between the two councils.
Again, I think that's probably a question for
I will take it up.
Councillor Spears. I think it's a question for Mr. Brown to answer when we get to the appropriate time for questions to officers. So if you could keep your questions directed to the deputation and to the merits of the deputation.
I'm aware, and I might ask for time to look at the North Lanarkshire website. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring in Bailey Kerr.
Thank you, conveners. With regards to the restoration of Cowden Hill, the objector states that nature has already started the process. So you can see the logic in that. So with you restoring it, the proposal to restore it, what further benefits do you think that will have than letting it do it itself?
I think a big part of it's safety. So what we talked about before in terms of raising the quarry floor, by doing that, you have to look at mitigating or providing additional mitigation for the newts, which we've talked about before. So a big part of it's been able to sort of complete the restoration that wasn't completed before. We talked about those, the bunds, raising the floor, the drainage. So we need to do that, and in order to do that, there has to be some relocation of newts.
I think the previous deputation mentioned the point about further detailed survey, and we would agree with that. I think one of the planning conditions relates to that detailed restoration plan, so the topographic survey, the looking at how that Dukes Burn corridor works, the raising of the quarry floor, the creation of that as a natural water body, because at the moment that's pumped water. The amount of survey work that obviously we've done on site includes all of the bat survey, breeding bird survey, etc. That landscape restoration plan would include all the species sort of that are obviously the existing kind of interest, but introducing additional native tree planting and shrub planting, etc., as well as that hydroseeding once those faces have been softened down, just to obviously, as Stephen mentioned, just to sort of make those safe, make them good.
The natural water excesses, when the officers explained it on Monday when we were there, I was content with that the natural water will get into the water course. With regards to what's already stated by the previous submission regarding dust, noise, air pollution, is there any data that you have that from your other sites or the previous, and I know the previous has nothing to do with your company, but is there any data to back up what's already been stated?
I think maybe in terms of like the dust, I think there's a lot of information in there about the effects of the dust, and I mean it's in terms of NPF4, PAN 50, and the Institute of Air Quality Management, and it's really, Kim can probably talk a bit more about this, but it's in terms of the proximity, and dust, any impacts of it tend to occur within 100 meters. And the impacts very much reduce as you move out. So there is a lot of data that it's something that can be very emotive, but there is a lot of sort of data about the effects of dust.
I think the important item is controlling of dust at source, so where they've got processing within the Tom Fine Void area. The really important aspect, and the studies that we will have done, the technical note that we'll have produced as supplementary information, I think relates very much to that Institute of Air Quality Management note on quarrying and dust. If you control it at source, then effectively what we're not then having is dust tracking down that access road. I think potentially some of the issues we saw before, there was obviously the M80 upgrade happening at a similar time as quarrying work happening, and where you've got dust that has allowed to sort of be deposited on a public road, the issue with that is then the vehicle traffic that's moving on that road is also lifting that up, and as you get that sort of drying process. So it's very much, I think, the dust management plan that we have and that is committed through condition and would be independently monitored is about that, ensuring that we have that control at source and that is monitored correctly, and that if there are issues, that those are picked up by the quarry manager at the time that that's happening, so that there can be additional dust suppression put in place, which is fairly standard for most modern quarrying processing equipment.
No problem. My final question is, it was also mentioned about houses up the road that I visited Monday. As you come into the main entrance, I seen one stretch of houses, but I maybe missed the rest of them, but I didn't see any. Is there houses further up?
So it's effectively the landowner has, that I'm aware of, there's no houses further up. There's Netherview Cottage as you drive in, and then sort of set back from the road, you've got the landowner's house. So you drive in, there's a drive to the left, which is the landowner's house. As you drive on, you've got Netherview Cottage, which is controlled by the landowner, and then ultimately there's two cottages just beyond that.
In the interest of parity, we only have a couple of minutes of questioning left.
Fine,
Thank you.
I'm finished.
No, thanks, Billy Kerr. Councillor Forrest.
Thank you. Thanks. Regarding the wheel wash, where does the water go? Is it this field as stated?
No.
Sorry, could I?
Excuse me.
The reason I'm asking is I am quite concerned about the pollutants that can go into it. Recently, I've had a problem with the brakes in my car, and it had to be redone. We ended up having to take the jet wash.
Councillor Forrest.
And it goes a long, long way.
Could we let the deputation answer the question? Thanks.
So my understanding of the wheel wash is that it's a circular facility. So the idea is if it just drained off, it would run into the water courses. So it's effectively circulated, and then it creates a deposit, which is effectively dealt with. That's almost like a solid. That makes sense because it can be oil. So it's something we deal. It's something that's monitored. I'm not saying there aren't companies who don't monitor it well, but for a company like ours, we can't afford not to deal with the idea of hydrocarbons or dust sort of careering. If SEPA were to come into the site, we close the site down. So it's my understanding of the wheel wash is it's a circular site. It holds the water, and then effectively that's emptied.
Right. Thank you. And the big one, the drainage channel that you're going to put in, to where?
So effectively drains from the bottom of the quarry. There's a channel that will run through to the Douts burn. And we've had to, as part of that was assessed back in 2012, but obviously, a lot of time has passed, so we had to look at that again. And I think that was something that was raised again in consultation, and we provided various reports on that. So we have looked into flooding issues.
So it's already there, but would you have to expand it to get rid of the water? Because
we wouldn't. There isn't a channel just now. So effectively, what we'd be doing is creating a channel from the void to the Douts burn, and that's a dug channel, and effectively then that will provide the water, which will then discharge into the Douts.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Convener.
So, yeah, thank you. That brings us to the end of questions. I did have a couple of questions myself, but we'll go on from there because we've had a significant amount of information presented. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll ask you to return to your seats. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, and thank you to officers. Thank you to members for their questions and for their indulgence in having an extended time within our discretion to get those points across. So we'll pass to Mr. Brown now to sum up on his behalf.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot in there, a lot of points raised, a number of which are dealt with within the report already, and which the applicants there have also attempted to address. One thing I would bring to attention of members is that North Lanarkshire Council have entered into a ground lease for the southern section of the access road, which secures a legal right of access for any enforcement requirements going forward to ensure that they can get into enforce any planning conditions if necessary, these sorts of things associated with Tom Fine. The other thing is just to remind members that a number of the points being raised are in relation to quarrying activities at a future quarry in North Lanarkshire Council's area, and are not necessarily part of this application before us today. That said, the conditions associated with the permission in North Lanarkshire's area for Tom Fine Quarry are extensive. I think there's 69 conditions in total, and you'll have heard some mention of it today, but within that there is conditions relating to a compliance officer which would audit conditions and monitor conditions as the development proceeded, a community liaison group being set up to maximise the interaction between the operators and the local community, obviously, an opportunity for concerns to be raised at an early stage if possible. Conditions in there relating to dust mitigation and noise monitoring, vehicle sheeting and wheel cleaning, as we've heard. So yeah, there's a lot in there. The conditions at North Lanarkshire are extensive, and it's our view that the conditions proposed with the North Lanarkshire consent and within the Cowden Hill proposal that's before members today are far superior to the conditions which were previously in place when Cowden Hill was operating as a quarry in previous years. So monitoring and enforceability of those conditions is vastly improved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We now turn to questions to officers. I have one initial question. It's in relation to the discharging of water from the current quarry void to the Doups burn. In terms of contaminants that are contained within the land as it stands from former quarrying works, how do we as an organisation monitor that? How do we determine whether or not there are contaminants, for example, in the water or seeping from the land into the water and then potentially flushed into that burn, which could potentially go into water courses? I'm not sure if that's for yourself, Kevin, or if David would answer that.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the regrading of the Doups burn corridor has had to be proposed in conjunction with correspondence with SEPA. So they, as you see in the report there, they have no objection to the proposal as it stands, and they would need to be involved going forward for the fine detail of any of that work that is proposed.
I'm not sure, David, if you are. I see that you've come up on screen. I wonder if you've got an input into this one.
Not specifically on this one. I think I probably maybe on some of the other things that may come up. But really, Kevin's quite correct. Any discharge to water would be SEPA. So I'm not aware of any current monitoring being undertaken, but I wouldn't necessarily be aware of that. It would be a SEPA matter.
Okay, thanks. And in terms of I suppose following on from that, there was a question raised about the potential for there to be some contaminant pollution on top of flooding water within a field. Is that something that we're aware of? Is that something that we deal with? Is it something that we take into consideration where this is concerned? Kevin?
So the area of flooding that's highlighted is just as the access road forks off to the Cowden Hill Quarry itself, the void itself. It's an area that ponds at the moment. There are no current quarrying activities in the area, so the pollution or otherwise of that, in my view, isn't necessarily directly linked to quarrying activities. That said, any proposal to connect into a water course as we've talked about, down to SEPA to control in terms of any pollution of that water course.
Okay, thanks. And I don't know if any, David, you know.
Yeah, I think I'm not aware of the issues, and I haven't seen the photographs that the lady in the first deputation, Jennifer, mentioned. But certainly, oil goes a long way in water, and blue-green algae can be an issue in stagnant water as well. But so I'd be interested to see those, but I'm not aware of any particular concerns with it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Spears.
That I've indicated previously. You say SEPA, like we'll pass it on to SEPA and then SEPA might do something. Has SEPA taken any previous action regarding the flooding in the area? And has SEPA given a report about a channel that was indicated would be dug to take it into the burn system?
Kevin.
Yeah, SEPA have been involved in the application right from the outset, and specifically looking at the proposed regrading of the Doups burn corridor and the digging of that channel to connect into the Doups burn watercourse itself. and they've raised no objection to the proposed connection in there. Going forward, that any works to the watercourse there would need licences from SEPA anyway through the applicant, separate to the planning process. As for existing flooding arrangement instances in the area, obviously there's mention of these ponded areas which are adjacent to the access road at the moment. SEPA haven't commented on those areas directly. However, the current proposal doesn't propose any connections in terms of drainage of the quarry void or the access road itself into these existing sort of surface water ponding areas as it currently stands. The drainage of the road, the improvement areas, is proposed to be taken to separate SUDS drainage facilities and taken further down the line from the areas of ponding as it stands at the moment.
Having not seen the SEPA report, can you indicate where the burn channel will end up? Does it run into other rivers, canals, etc.?
I would perhaps need a bit of time to look at the drawings to see where further downstream that connects into. But Gemma, I wonder if you could bring up the other drawing that I've got there. Bear with me. The Cowden Hill restoration drawing. I think it's worth bearing in mind that prior to Cowden Hill quarry existing, there would have been natural drainage into watercourses from this area of land anyway. What's proposed here is you can see the contour lines on the sort of bottom right of the plan there, up next to the thick blue line. That is essentially the channel that they're looking to cut to create natural drainage into the existing Doopsburn watercourse.
I'd really like to know where the water ends up.
I can have a look for that to see if I can.
That's good. But you do highlight the plans, and we previously asked for better plans that we can look at. This one doesn't indicate these new houses that have been mentioned. But that's a subject I know you're looking into for elected members. Has there been any consultation with Scottish Water or Scottish Canals?
Evan?
Not with Scottish Canals, Scottish Water, if you bear with me. Well, Scottish Water haven't been consulted. Again, there's limited connections or anything proposed for connections into the Scottish Water infrastructure.
There's just concerns about the rising water table, especially in lower parts of the district.
So, Richard, do you want to come in on that?
Thank you, Convener. Kevin, Scottish Water obviously have a locus for water connection. In terms of flooding, it would be SEPA who have no objections to this proposal. And also my colleague is online as well, Councillor Spears, in terms of flooding. The Council's own unit haven't objected to this as well. So I'm aware one of my colleagues is on here from flooding who may be able to answer from a council's perspective. But in terms of SEPA, it would be SEPA would have the locus for that rather than Scottish Water.
Thanks for that clarification.
I would imagine that's something we'll look into further in the future. I think this might be my last question. The enforced entrance by North Lanarkshire Council, is that one of the part of their 69 conditions and consents? Are they then consenting for the access egress to this site be made by Falkirk Council?
Evan, bring you back in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the distinction there is a concern that was brought forward that in terms of enforceability of conditions, that North Lanarkshire, because it was the access road passes through Falkirk Council's area, they had difficulties in gaining access to be able to enforce conditions if necessary. So that they've put procedures in place to secure access if necessary. I'm afraid I don't know the ins and outs of that particular arrangement, but they are content that it means that the conditions which are proposed within the Tom Fine Farm consent are now fully enforceable, should any require to be enforced in future. In terms of, I think you mentioned previously, Councillor, and whether or not it would fall to North Lanarkshire Council or Falkirk Council to enforce any conditions. That would depend on the nature of the potential breach, really, and where any of those effects were being felt. And there would be a discussion ultimately between North Lanarkshire Council and Falkirk Council as to who were the appropriate body to take forward any formal enforcement action if necessary at that time.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite picking up on some of that. You're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, the entrance and access, that's an egress, entrance and egress, will be in the Falkirk Council area. So we can make a decision on that part of it, but we can't make a decision on, and you say you've been in consultation with the 69 conditions that North Lanarkshire's been put on it. I've not seen these conditions, so I don't know.
Yep, so the work carried out by North Lanarkshire has all been designed to ensure enforceability of the conditions. And they've seen that there was an issue in respect of access through the portion of the site, the access road to the site, which includes the southern portion within Falkirk Council's area. That would allow them to call in a bond for enforcement for restoration of Tom Fine going forward if necessary. Everything else, there would be a discussion to be had depending on the nature of any potential breach of any condition, whether it be Falkirk Council's conditions or North Lanarkshire's conditions, about who the enforceable authority would be in each case.
I think I'll need to get my head round what you exactly mean by a bond.
So the existing Cowden Hill quarry, in its current form, the quarry void itself doesn't, the permission that relates to that historically doesn't contain a bond, essentially a sum of money kept aside for restoration works to that quarry. The proposed quarry at Tom Fine Farm does include a requirement for a bond to be put in place so that ultimately, if something were to happen, the developer were to walk away, whatever, go bust, whatever, these sorts of elements can happen sometimes, then there would still be a fallback position whereby North Lanarkshire Council could get into the site and restore the quarry void itself.
Well, excuse my ignorance on the matter, but, and please indulge me, the bond is with North Lanarkshire Council, but is there any bond agreement with Falkirk Council?
Yeah, no. This is where the council need to be, the committee need to be careful. The bond that we're talking about here now is in relation to the restoration of Tom Fine Farm quarry, which is within North Lanarkshire Council's area and is not part of the assessment of today's application. They're related because it's the same applicant and they're proposing works which relate to both elements. But what's before Falkirk Council today is restoration of Cowden Hill Quarry, where there is no bond in place at present. Sorry,
I'm lost for words. Thank you.
I think I understand, and just possibly to clarify, the bond that you're talking about is not a consideration within this application that's in front of us. It's in relation to the Tom Fine quarry for future potential restoration of that, but it's not for us to consider this morning.
Correct, yeah.
Right, thank you. Okay, Councillor Colley.
Thank you. Moving back to the restoration of the Cowden Hill Quarry and this application. There's a point made around the overburden material from Tom Fine is being used to aid restoration of Cowden Hill. I suppose and I just want to be very clear that I'm understanding this correctly, that the quarry itself will not be in effect completely safe, and that will still be fenced in and will have the similar restrictions around proximity to it, and I suppose the sort of things where we talked about swimming already, but in terms of that access to it, it will still be broadly similar. Can I just check I'm understanding that correctly?
Kevin.
Yes, ultimately. The overburden which is proposed to be used from the Tom Fine quarry will help with the restoration of Cowden Hill Quarry. What it won't do is fill in the whole quarry void as it stands at the moment. It's obviously quite a large void, but the proposals, as you've heard earlier on from the applicants, is to improve elements of safety within the site. There's conditions on there in respect of boundary treatments for us to have a look at those, to go over those, but ultimately the safety elements of those are really a matter for the landowner. There's a liability aspect there with the landowner in terms of making sure that the quarry void is secure in all time coming.
And just in relation to that, then we can assume then that will continue, assuming that Tom Fine begins operations, because obviously there was an application previously, that will remain the case for another quarter of a century. That the landowner will be responsible for the safety of that site.
I'm going to bring in Richard. Richard wanted to come in on some of the last points that were made.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, Councillor Colley, Mr Brown was correct. The responsibilities for safety are, as with all things, with the landowner. But to reassure committee, Mr Brown outlined the the conditions that would be attached to this should committee be minded to grant. And condition 10 relates to the ongoing fencing and site security, where prior to the start of work, full site details on the proposed security fencing and signage, ongoing maintenance and inspection arrangements shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the planning authority. Thereafter, fencing and signage shall be comply with these details. So there is an element of reassurance in there. It is the landowner's responsibility, and there's a condition in there to ensure that those details are submitted to the planning authority before the start of work on site, should committee decide to be minded to grant approval. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Mr Broadley. Councillor Collin, any further questions at all? No. I have one, probably one kind of final question, unless anybody else is looking to come in. There was a number of points made about habitat, and that, you know, being on site on Monday was incredibly helpful to see the site, to see how it's, over a significant period of time, there are parts of the site has been naturalised effectively. It would suggest to me that these areas that have been naturalised have created habitat over the years. So my question would be, how would disturbing that habitat to fill in part of the void to create a new habitat, how does that equate to biodiversity gain with what will be created?
So what we have at the moment is a quarry void which is extensively hard rock, bedrock with a body of water within it. What's proposed as part of the restoration is, we've talked about the water course itself, the regrading of the Dupes Burn Corridor, but in addition to that, there are areas of overburden which sit above the existing quarry faces, which are proposed to be essentially, simplified way of saying it, but tipped into the quarry void itself to aid with raising the floor levels and providing the ability for the quarry void to take on its own vegetation. That would still allow for these areas around the top to have vegetation within them as well. So there's a net benefit there in terms of the quarry void itself from being able to take on vegetation. It's worth pointing out that the applicants have carried out extensive survey work as part of the environmental impact assessment, and ecological survey work has been mentioned, has identified great crested newts within the site boundaries, and they are proposed to be taken care of. Consultations being carried out with Nature Scott on the proposals, and they are content with the proposals going forward. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions to officers? No. Okay, so following on from that, we shall move into the discussion. If anybody wants to. So, Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you, Convener. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly well, sir.
Well, first of all, could I say this? I would like to thank you and the rest of the members of the committee. That's one of the best hearings that I've actually been during my period of time. I thought that the questions and answers, both from the objector and the representation from the company, plus the questions coming forward from the members, were so succinct. I think it's important to point out that the site visit to me was so imperative. I've been up there before. I was on the committee during the initial period 13 years ago, and I can understand the consternation that the local community had in relation to the problems associated with what was happening the last time, especially on the roads. I could say this, that obviously Kevin Brown, the officer, there was a number of questions that were asked to Kevin and Richard Broadley on site. And to be honest with you, I've got real concerns in terms of the fact is that it's a difficult one for members who didn't go on the site visit to actually realise the implications of what these applications are for. But in terms of what the officer stated, what we've heard today, and actually the report, especially going to 19 in terms of the consultations, 4.1, the council's road development has currently have no concerns in respect of road safety of the junction and the upgrade of the road. And then it goes on to say that SEPA have no objection, Falkirk Council flooding team have no objection, Historic Environment has no objections, the museum, Scottish Gas Networks, the council's transport planning, the council's environment protection unit. The issue for me is that I would like at this stage to actually move the recommendation contained within the report and put a proviso in there, and I know that it's been spoken about already, that there's continuing monitoring in relation to the issue about wheel washing and the road situation, which at that time the people of Cora Park, we heard from the representative of the company this morning that there would be, obviously they put tarpaulins on to ensure the dust. This wasn't happening the last time that there was an operation up there. The road was terrible. There was no Bowsers on the road. So what I'm saying is I'm happy to move the recommendation contained within the report, but to ensure that the issue in terms of the road is still there. Thank you, Convener. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey Buchanan. Mr. Henderson's got a note of that motion. I think what I'd really like is for committee to continue discussion. I'm not necessarily asking for a seconder right now, but it might be helpful for everybody to contribute, or for those who wish to contribute to do so, before we move straight to those kinds of questions. I'm going to bring in Councillor Spears and then Councillor Colley. It's within your purview, Councillor Spears, if you wish to move an amendment, but I'm happy to hear your contribution first.
Well aware, but when motions are coming forward, it's also It'd be time to put amendments forward.
Of course, but what I would say is that the committee has at its discretion the ability to discuss fully the application that's in front of us, and we have a responsibility as a committee to do that fully before motions and amendments come forward. And I appreciate Bailey Buchanan's position. He's articulated his position before moving his motion. I'm not asking for amendments. I'm not asking for seconders. But if members feel that that's what they wish to put forward at this stage, they are free to do so.
Notice of amendment.
Thank you.
My concern, I'm speaking to the committee here, is this quarry is some years old, and obviously there's been, I would imagine, because it will be fully tested, dumping in that area, and it's going to be allowed to leach into the surrounding waterways. There's been very little consultation with Scottish Water. SEPA says everything okay, but we don't have the SEPA report in front of us to verify that, and we're potentially allowing contamination. Could be most of our major waterways in the district. And my concern is they come through Grangemouth, they help rise the water table so it sits there for a long time.
Councillor Spears, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you, people online are having difficulty hearing you, so if you could move the microphone further towards you, that would be really helpful.
Right.
Thank you.
Some of them are quite dirty. I'm not too keen to get too close.
People are having difficulty hearing online. It's important for members online and those in the public who are watching online to hear members clearly. So I'd really appreciate your...
That's why it's great to have earphones.
Thank you. Just continue as long as we can hear you.
My concern is about the contamination or potential contamination of our water sources and water table within the area. I don't think we have enough information at present to reassure us that will be okay. I think I'll let other people come in at the moment because there's been quite a lot of questions asked so far. So it'll be interesting to see other members of the committee, if they do have a committee, do have an opinion, and we can maybe move to decisions, moving the motion or an amendment later.
Thank you. Councillor Colley.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Spears, for moving your microphone a bit closer, because even with headphones in on my laptop, I can't hear if the microphone is not close enough, but so I appreciate you doing that. I think it's not often that I'm in agreement with Councillor Spears, but I have concerns over the potential contamination of water sources. I don't think we have enough information in relation to that. And there is a bit of a almost once you've uncorked the bottle, yes, you can have enforcement action, but then that actually has already happened. And secondly, I'm not altogether convinced that this actually is an improvement in terms of the natural environment, in terms of biodiversity. We've heard that there has been there has been a natural restoration to some extent, and I am not entirely clear that actually the addition of overburden to around allowed vegetation mitigates the work that would need to be carried out to ensure that the existing biodiversity is protected. My final point in relation to this, I don't think the issue of Japanese knotweed and its spread, I think, is a real concern. I know that there has been spread around that area. And I know it's certainly when the community council was in existence. Unfortunately, it's not at the moment, but it was certainly something that was of a significant concern to the community around there, and something that was raised very regularly around the control of it. So I have some concerns around that as well. But my final point is around the boundary of the Cowden Wildlife Site, and I'm just not entirely convinced that will have a generally, that I've stated, a generally positive impact on the natural environment. So I'll leave it at that. And I will say, just for the avoidance of doubt, I have actually, and it took a fair amount of time to read through the documents that were on the North Lanarkshire Council website, and the many planning conditions that North Lanarkshire Council have put upon the developer, but equally, I think that this part of the site and works that are relevant to Falkirk Council, I think that the ability to enforce, despite the conditions, and the ability to ensure who has responsibility of that, I do have some concerns over that as well. But I'll leave it at that, and I know there'll be others who wish to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Councillor Forrest.
Yeah. I was really glad of the site visit. I was very impressed when I went up there and we saw everything and we looked at things, and I was beginning to make up my mind. However, the deputations have brought up a whole load of other things that I'm concerned about, and that is, as Councillor Spears, I highlighted the watercourse problems. I am very concerned about that. In addition, I'm also still concerned about the Japanese knotweed. Wheel washing doesn't get rid of that, and I'm still in a quandary. I've now actually got more questions than I have got answers, or more concerns rather than I have had answers. But I'll leave it at that at the moment.
Thanks, Councillor Forrest. You're in a quandary as opposed to a quarry where this is concerned. I'm going to bring Richard in on this one.
Thank you, Convener. It was just to, as I always do, reiterate to members where there's information in the report to hopefully reassure or clarify elements for members. So some of the comments and concerns regarding the Dupes Burns and the detail along that, some of that detail has to be finalised, and that's subject to condition 2 in the report. So if I can draw members' attention to that, there's a number, I think there's 8 elements to condition 2 which require further information around the Dupes Burn reinstatement, the land form, reseeding, specification of trees and shrubs to be planted, a detailed maintenance schedule, and finally point 8 is regarding the Japanese knotweed, which, as the agent confirmed earlier, is the agent's responsibility, but it will be a requirement, or would be a requirement, should committee be minded, for the applicant to submit a management and eradication plan for Japanese knotweed on the site. So in that sense, that element in terms of knotweed is adequately covered by that condition. In terms of wheel washing and roads, still in the conditions section, to draw members' attentions to conditions 5, 6, 7 and 8, which all relate to road access and ingress, wheel washing, road upgrade works, mud, slurry and spillages, etc. So there's conditions in there. I think there's also colleagues online, particularly from the flooding element. I know regarding pollution and contaminants, it's obviously an inert quarry. It's no longer active. SEPA have not objected to this. They're the government experts in terms of contamination, particularly around water courses, and their views have been taken into account in terms of the recommendation. In terms of flooding, I'm conscious perhaps, I think it's maybe a colleague, Gary McGregor, maybe online to confirm the council's position around that. He may, through yourself, Convener, be willing to come in to cover off that element.
Thank you. I'd be minded to bring Gary in at that point.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. So happy to answer any further questions on flooding. However, our flooding team have analysed the application, and it's probably it's probably been commented on already this morning, but it's just to clarify that this application is for restoration of the Cowden Hill Quarry and for an upgraded access road. And in terms of the flooding aspects and the drainage aspects, all are ticked off. So obviously I note that there's a lot of comments on treatment, excuse me, and runoff and contamination. So within the quarry void, the runoff from the quarry void will passively drain through a settling pond that's within that application site that will then run off at a discharge rate approved by ourselves to the Dupes Burn. And in terms of the access track drainage, rainfall runoff will be captured by vegetated drainage systems through sustainable urban drainage, and then go through filter strips, drainage ditches into suds, soakaways and the settling ponds before again being discharged. So there are improvements made there in terms of what's potentially happening now. So our flooding team are content with all areas of flooding and drainage in this application, and I'm happy to take any further questions, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Forrest, you had your light on. You looking to come back in? You?
Sorry, I did have it on regarding the comments about 5, 6, 7 and 8. In those, there's only one small bit in 6 that mentions Cowden Hill, and therefore it was all about Tom Fine Farm Quarry. And that is the reason why I was asking about these.
Richard, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Forrest. I think in section 6 it says for the use of all heavy goods vehicles leaving the Tom Fine or Cowden Hill quarry sites.
Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener, and I think there has been a lot of detailed discussion and a lot of questions raised. I suppose what I'm concerned about is, and I share sympathies with many of the points expressed, is always what we are being asked to make a decision on today in terms of the competence within Falkirk Council. It is a very detailed report, and I commend officers for that. And I think that a lot of these issues are covered within conditions, but I wonder that it's been said by a number of members that they feel they have more questions than they have answers, or there's still remaining concerns, and that interplay between what is within Falkirk Councils, what we're judging today in terms of the restoration and the access road issue, and where there are particular overlap with those 69 conditions. I'm not sure the committee is entirely clear on how those are playing out, and I wonder whether whereas I'm not moving this, but speaking out loud in terms of whether a continuation for a greater examination of some of the environmental aspects that have been raised, and also to have a more perhaps detailed mapping between what the conditions that have been passed in terms of North Lanarkshire Council and where they feed into the decision specific to today, as I wouldn't like us to make one decision one way or another that ends up being being open to question in terms of the reasoning why we're making that decision, and that is my thoughts on where we are just now in terms of the decision making for us right now. So I just want to put that out there and see what other members are feeling.
Thank you for that. Councillor Spears.
Mr. McGregor, I'm furiously checking my map here for settlement ponds, channels. I'm trying to find the conditions of monitoring and everything. If you could further expand on that, and is there another map you could bring up and show us?
Gary.
Yes, through yourself, Convener, if you give me 2 wee seconds, I will try and find a map and share my screen. And just whilst I am doing that, I will answer the kind of monitoring question through yourself, Convener, to Councillor Spears. So SEPA as a regulatory body would be the ones that would be we would be attributing enforcement activity to in terms of monitoring of any issues. Sorry, I'm just trying to find this drawing. Can you potentially come back to me, Convener? Is that okay to find it and to share my screen? Is that okay?
Yep. Yep. Happy to do that. Councillor Spears, your microphone. You're on.
You mentioned SEPA, and SEPA's been mentioned quite a lot this morning, but SEPA's not here today. So we need to see what kind of monitoring and be able to ask them questions, and we're not able to do that.
I'm going to come back to this point that was made earlier on by officers. SEPA have concluded within the report. They have a section within the report that they've been consulted on, and they've raised no objections. I wonder if Kevin or Richard perhaps could reiterate that point, because we've been over that point a number of times now, Councillor Spears.
Yeah, but
I'm not asking you to come back in. I'm asking officers.
No,
to
but
come
I'm
in.
sure you'll.
Kevin. Councillor Spears, I'm bringing the officer in to answer the question which has already been answered.
Yeah, just to reiterate what's in the report, really, that SEPA have no objection to the proposed development in its current form, and as Gary has said, that they would have the monitoring role if there were to be any contaminants or anything of that nature to a water course. It would be SEPA's role to enforce that. Yeah, that's about as much as I can say on that.
Yep. Thanks for reiterating that point. So you don't have your microphone on, could you, if you're looking to ask? No, I don't. Can you just ask the question? I'm not in control of the microphones, Councillor Spears. That officers are in control of the microphones. It's a very... It's the new system, as you're aware, and we've all had training on the new system, requires the microphones to go off when other speakers are in, because the microphones are connected to the cameras, and the cameras will go to whoever is speaking, and that's enough to give people online a sense of who's talking. If you'd like to ask your question, Councillor Spears.
Yeah, I've already asked it actually.
Well,
if you
that's
hadn't
fine.
butted in, that SEPA, we've not seen the SEPA report. Have they done monitoring of the liquid that's in the quarry? Have they published that? There isn't anything about settlement tanks or channels. They've just said SEPA says it's okay.
So
But we as elected members need to verify that and look at that and see if it's acceptable to the public.
So I think the position is, and it has been quite eloquently answered by officers on a number of occasions this morning, SEPA have provided no objections to this, and that is contained within the report, and I'm not going to ask officers to go over it again. Gary, I don't know if you want to come back in with the maps you were looking at.
Yep, convener, I have found them. So there is a couple of maps that I can share my screen quickly with to show. So just let me know, convener, when the committee can see that.
Yep, we can see that.
Yep. So the 803 to the south here, Hillside Road, there's obviously the upgraded access road that shows filter trenches, swales to the adjacent of the road. There is a settling pond in here, down from the Cowden Hill Quarry, and I also can show you, if I switch over to this one, an area there, the permanent water feature, the Dupes Burn regrading, to allow the gravity drainage of the quarry area, and then the Cascade waterfall feature of the regraded burn, dependent on an option, obviously, that's included within the conditions. So everything there is included within the either the water environment strategy, the drainage strategy, within the application.
Thank you for that. Councillor Spears.
Tell us what river it eventually flows into.
Gary, I'm not sure you'll have that information. If you do,
yeah,
Kevin will come in at this point.
Just Councillor, the Dupes Burn eventually discharges to the Bonnie Water, which ultimately leads to the River Carron.
So it will end up in Grangemouth. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't know if any other member wants to come in. Bailey Kerr.
Listening to other members of the committee, and I know there is a lot of concerns from elected members, and reading the report and listening to the deputation, at first I had concerns as well. However, listening to officers, listening to the assurances regarding the conditions that we have put in place regarding runoffs, fuel washes, Japanese knotwood, these are all conditions that the applicant will need to address before they can continue. The Tom Fine Farm thing with North Lanarkshire, there's not much we can do about that. It's not in our hands. However, what is in our hands is what's before us. And I'm content that we have got conditions there that can address any issues that have been brought up. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. I think from my perspective on this one, before heading out to site, I had a lot of reading the report. There's a lot of conditions that are in place within the report. I had some concerns, as I always do in these types of applications, around about biodiversity. And when I got to the site, I was faced with what is effectively a big hole in the ground with nothing in it other than some water, a couple of seagulls and a few geese. Now, the geese give me concern if they're using that as a habitat at the moment. However, where the biodiversity and the habitats that have been created around the top of the quarry, I don't think are enough to give me concern that if that's moved into the quarry, that it wouldn't renaturalise within a very short period. It's already there. I'm reassured by the information that's been given about the great crested newts and the movement of that to their own specific habitat on the site. Turning to the deputation, Mrs. Pitcairn put forward a very interesting case and several really good points. However, it's one of those situations where the conditions I think that are in place here for this specific application, I think, reassure me that there's sufficient time passed. We have the benefit of learning from the history of the site that the mistakes that happened in the past that are not the current applicants' mistakes, they have learned from that, and it sounds to me like they're looking to put a lot into doing as much as they possibly can to mitigate any and all concerns that local residents have. I understand where Councillor Murtagh is coming from. I'm not minded to move this to continuation, given the fact that this has been, it has been 13 years in the making. However, we continued it from the last meeting to go to sites, and the sites I think were very helpful in this concern. I'm not sure I have enough concerns to move anything other than the recommendations within the report. I think it's a very full, very detailed and specific report, and I think the conditions are there in place to do as much as it can, so that if anything happens in relation to the concerns that have come forward, that there are enforcement actions that can be taken where that's concerned. We currently have a motion that is moved. Councillor Spears, you gave motion notice of an amendment.
Councillor Murtagh, I think we need further consultation on this, especially from SEPA reports, especially regarding water dispersal, and also the access egress and amount of vehicles that go through the village. It appears that a lot of the traffic will be in Falkirk Council area and no in North Lanarkshire Council. And we really need to get to the bottom of how they're going to disperse with this water that may be contaminated, maybe not, through the area. So on behalf, this is the people speaking. They want reassurances. Their children go to school in the area, they live in the area, and they want the best conditions as possible. And I know for one, that's what I'm elected to do. So I will move for continuation until we get further updates and reports.
Okay, thank you for that. May Bailey Kerr will bring you in.
Second the motion.
Second motion, okay. Yeah, thank you for that.
Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you. Councillor Colley.
Yes, thank you. I would like to second the amendment by Councillor Spears.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll bring this round to Mr Henderson, but I think we have a procedural motion to deal with first, and then perhaps move on to the other motion.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, we have a motion by Bailey Buchanan, seconded by Bailey Kerr, to grant permission in accordance with the officer recommendations. We then have an amendment, which, as you note, is a procedural amendment, which is to continue consideration of the matter to a future meeting of the committee in order that the committee can be provided with additional information around, and as I've noted, matters. It was around environmental considerations and understanding of conditions between North Lanarkshire Council and Falkirk Council. Would that be correct, Councillor Spears? And I think being pointed out, it was also around SEPA involvement. So it would appear it was further information around environmental considerations, the position of SEPA, and the understanding of conditions between North Lanarkshire Council and Falkirk Council. Would that be accurate, Councillor Spears and Councillor Colley?
Councillor Spears.
Sorry, I'm not picking you up too well. If you could move a bit closer to the microphone, that would be helpful. We have called for continuation here mainly because the people that live in the area have raised enough concern, not just enough concern, great concern about what's going to happen in the area. And we can sweep over it and say we'll be on site visits. So, just seen the
Councillor
seconds ago.
Can I, Mr Henderson has...
Is he asking if I've read the agenda?
No, Councillor Spears. Mr Henderson is asking if the nature of the continuation is in relation to the points that he has raised, given what you've said, given what Councillor Colley and Councillor Murtagh have said, and is asking you to confirm.
I think we should go to recess and let me speak with some colleagues and have a deliberation for you.
I think that this is the deliberation. That Bailey Buchanan, I'd ask you to not interject.
Sorry, somebody shouted.
I'm going to ask for order both in the room and online, please. I think we are in danger of getting out of control, and I wouldn't want to do that. I'm going to ask Mr Henderson to confirm once again what he is asking of you, and asking of Councillor Colley as the seconder to your amendment, which is a procedural amendment.
I think it's Councillor Murtagh.
Mr Henderson.
Thank you, Convener. My notes are that it's an amendment proposed by Councillor Spears, seconded by Councillor Colley. And the reason I was noting out the items is so that there's clarity for the officers in the information. I'll come closer to the microphone. That there's clarity on the information that you're looking for officers to bring back following continuation. And my note of that was that you would be looking for further information around environmental considerations, the position and involvement of SEPA, and also the understanding of conditions proposed by Falkirk Council and imposed by North Lanarkshire Council. So it covers environmental matters, Thank you. In particularly water dispersal matters. So I think if that covers the areas you would like officers to come back on, that would form the basis of an amendment. And can I just clarify that you're content with the points? Thank you, Councillor Spears. So I think as the convener mentioned, we have a substantive motion and a procedural amendment in our standing orders. We have specific provision around that circumstance so that you take an appropriately considered decision and you don't have a substantive decision pitted against a procedural one. No doubt members of the committee will be familiar with this. So I think on that basis, the way standing orders work is we would have a for or against decision taken on the amendment initially.
Mr. Henderson, I'm just going to briefly interrupt. Councillor Colley's got her hand up and would like to come in.
Apologies, just in relation to that link around the conditions with North Lanarkshire and Falkirk Council, also the link in relation to enforcement. That's certainly something I think I would like a greater understanding if Councillor Spears is in agreement with that.
Thank you, Councillor Colley.
No problem with that, but I did ask if we could have like a recess to do consultation with each other. So, but I'm very welcome for everything you bring in, Fiona.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. I think both the mover of the amendment and the seconder are in agreement that we include further information on enforcement approaches and considerations. And I think Bailey Buchanan's got his hand up.
Yeah, Bailey Buchanan.
Thank you, convener, and thank you. The issue that I sort of maybe came in on was the fact is that Councillor Spears is asking for a recess for further discussions. This is a planning committee. It's open and transparent.
Yeah.
And any discussions on this application, which has been going ongoing now for over an hour, is to be done in the full light of public. Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey Buchanan. I think my response to that earlier was sufficient, but thank you for clarifying that. Councillor Spears, unless it's a point directed to Mr. Henderson around about the amendment that you have in.
So Buchanan, what would be discussed is the procedure of putting forward an amendment or a continuation, and that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. So just to summarise for all of the members, we have an amendment which becomes a procedural motion on a for and against basis by Councillor Spears, seconded by Councillor Colley, and that is to continue consideration of this item to a future meeting of the committee in order to allow officers to come back with additional information in relation to environmental considerations and particularly water dispersal matters, SEPA considerations, mapping and understanding of conditions between Falkirk Council and North Lanarkshire Council, and information in relation to enforcement considerations. So the way that this vote would work is if you wish the continuation, you would vote for, and if you did not want the continuation, you would vote against. And if the vote is for the continuation, that is the decision at today's committee, and the matter would be continued. If the vote falls against, then that takes us back to the position where we have a motion by Bailey Buchanan and Bailey Kerr, and another amendment could be made in relation to that motion. So I will read through on a roll call basis. Councillor Anslow.
For.
And Provis Bissett is absent. Bailey Buchanan.
Against.
Councillor Colley,
For.
Councillor Flynn,
Against.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Kelly has recused himself. Bailey Kerr.
Against.
Councillor Murtagh.
For, sorry. Doesn't look.
Councillor Sinclair.
Against.
And Councillor Spears. So we have 5 votes for the motion and 4 votes against, and accordingly the matter will be continued as narrated. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Okay, before we go to the next item of business, I think we'll take a short recess. We've been sitting here for a while. I'd just like to thank members of the committee for their input into that, but I'd also like to thank everybody who's come along today to sit in the public gallery, to those who have provided their deputations and been part of this process. It's really important for the committee, for all of us on the committee, but also for the public to hear that we welcome people into the committee to speak to us and to give their take on the situation, and for us to be able to make a decision based on that information and based on the information that's provided to us every meeting by officers who work diligently and work incredibly hard to be here to support us as members and to uphold the planning system in earnest. So thank you very much for everybody for your input, and I'll go to a short recess, about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks to the chair.
Good afternoon again, everyone. If we move on now to the next item on the agenda, which is item 5, demolition of a dwelling house, construction of a new dwelling house and associated development at 7 Gables, Polmont Park, Polmont, for Mr. William Hardy. Pages 37 to 55 of the agenda, and this is a continuation from a previous meeting, and we carried out a site visit on Monday the 18th. We'll get a report from Planning Officer Julie Seidel. Gregory, please.
Thank you, Convener. This application relates to the development of 7 Gables, a large detached dwelling house accessed from and directly adjacent to Polmont Park. The existing house, 7 Gables, was originally built in 1959, although it has been much altered and extended as detailed in the planning history at section number 3 of your report. Gemma, if possible, can you show the drawings for this application? I also have photographs of the site available today, if required, particularly for any members who were not at the site visit. This planning application includes the demolition of the existing house and the construction of a new house. The proposal has a similar massing and design as the existing house, but with a more compact scale and rationalised layout. The new house, as you can see in front of you at the moment, would sit to the immediate north of the existing house with a slight overlap in building footprint. This application was called to Planning Committee by Councillor Forrest to allow members to view the site, given the size and scale of development on the site and that of its neighbours. The consultation responses are summarised at section 4 of your report. There are no objections from consultees, and matters raised in relation to archaeology and ground contamination can be addressed by condition. 3 contributors made public representations, which are summarised at section 6 of your report. The application is assessed as being in accordance with the development plan, which comprises Falkirk Local Development Plan 2 and National Planning Framework 4. This application is for a 1-for-1 replacement house, which is supported by rural housing policies. The application site is directly adjacent to Polmont Park, with good access to local services, sustainable transportation and walking and cycling networks, and is in accordance with policies on local living and 20-minute neighbourhoods. Issues in relation to biodiversity enhancement and the potential reuse of demolition material can be addressed by condition. The application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions detailed at section 9 of your report. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Have we any questions to Mrs. Seidel? Gregory. Yelika.
There's no questions to start with, just to highlight Provost Bissett's come online, just so, just in case you didn't know, Convener.
Okay, just welcome you. Can you hear us all right?
Missing the first half.
Thanks very much. Councillor Spears.
You indicated you had a photograph. Do you have a bigger photograph than the planned photograph that's here that is barely legible and unable to read?
Yes, we visited the site on Monday where we were able to view the site characteristics, and we do have photographs of the site which are available to members. Gemma, can you show these, please? So what you can see in front of you is the elevations. I think what Councillor Spears is looking for are the site photographs, which is a different PDF. And if you can zoom in on those, please, and scroll down through the photographs. That will hopefully give Councillor Spears an impression of the application site.
Actually, it's the map with a general overview location.
So Gemma, I think what Councillor Spears is actually looking for is the location plan. If you could show that, please.
Okay, sir. Right. Happy?
Yeah. What we need is the general location map that's readable.
The location plan that's displayed here is a standard location plan which is submitted in relation to a planning application. There are strict rules and requirements in terms of the scale and what needs to be included in a location plan to accompany a planning application, and this is the submitted location plan. Is there information that you require that's not displayed?
Yeah, an overview location map so we can determine where in Pullman it exactly is.
The location plan is before you. I'm not sure I'm understanding what additional information is required.
Sorry, is it the inset? Is it the inset that you want to see?
This one here.
That's inset on it.
You want to look this one here.
I don't have that either. Oh. We're not, I don't. Does anybody else have what Councillor Spears is talking about?
We've all got it. It's just not big enough.
I mean, it's this one here, is it?
Yeah.
Right. And you want the wee corner bit? Is that possible? Yeah. It's included.
So I think what Councillor Spears wants is to comment on is the location plan that's in the committee report, which is before you. Just for clarification, that committee plan is produced by our technicians specifically to form part of your application pack and the documents for the report. It's not been submitted by the applicant. It doesn't form part of the background papers. It forms part of the committee report, and all members should have a copy of it in front of them just now. Page 55.
I'm aware of these facts, but it's still unreadable.
Well, I'm not sure what we can do about that. Perhaps in the future have a full-sized, I don't know. Anyway.
No, we're on the second thing today where we're having concerns about the maps.
Yeah.
I raised concerns at the last meeting as well.
I think we should maybe leave that after the meeting.
But we're making decisions on things that haven't been eminently made clear to us.
Yeah. But as I say, we've got what we've got. We can't change that today. So I think we should just move on. Michael.
To you, convener. Just important to highlight to elected members and people here today that These are issued almost 2 weeks ago, and any concerns that any elected member has regarding its content, we really encourage them to come and speak to officers to clarify any elements of information they have in front of them.
But we do have it on screen now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you happy with that?
I think with the general wording that it will have to be okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your time. Anyone else? No, okay. Let's move on. If we move on to discussion on the application, anyone? Any councillor care?
Thanks, convener. I think, like the previous application, a big advantage to go on site to see the actual scale of the development. I think that has gave us a better, those that were able to attend, it gives a better insight to what was proposed. And as the officers stated, it's a complete demolish and rebuild further back on the site, which if they explained that on just a meeting, you wouldn't understood what she was talking about. So actually seeing it was great for me. And I think that there has been, as you see, reading the report, there has been history previously, which this completely wipes the slate with it, and we start again. So I think the recommendation of the officers is the correct one, but I'll let everybody else come forward.
Councillor Forrest.
Okay, thanks. I found the planning sites meeting very, very good, very informative. I've known Seven Gables for years and years. I've never seen it up close. It's very impressive. It's a lovely house. It's a shame that it's got to come down, but if that's the owners and the applicants' choice, that's up to them. There were a couple of bits that concerned me, and most of what has concerned me has been taken care of within the recommendations. A couple of wee bits. I first been told, and I saw for myself, that a lot of the ground was actually road shavings. And as we know, you get a lot of contaminants off that. But it's taken care of, that if there are contaminants, then they're going to be dealt with. The other thing that concerns me was further down on the right-hand side of the site, the applicant has got a fence whereby the ground has actually been raised. Now, that wall that was below that was a boundary wall by the neighbour. He can't access the other side, the applicant's side. And if there's landfill there, or a ground fill, then he can't access it, and that is only a boundary wall, not a retaining wall to hold back. Whose responsibility will it be if this wall collapses under the weight? So I just want to ask that.
Any of the officers? Oh, Julie, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Forrest. That's a very important question. So It is acknowledged that there have been enforcement issues on this site in the past, and that includes land raising at the rear. That's acknowledged. As you rightly state, this application will seek to resolve many of the enforcement issues of which the current applicant and owner was not the owner of this property at that time. So you've mentioned specifically land raising to the rear and road plannings. As you rightly state, there is a condition on about ground contamination, so that will be looked at robustly and thoroughly as part of that condition. We also have David Gray on the call who might want to come in and comment on this in a moment. It is accepted that the land raising does come up against a historic wall. These proposals not only deal with the demolition of the existing house, they also deal with engineering works to the rear, which would be reforming those levels. So there's details covered within the planning application, which for the purposes of planning, we are satisfied with. But to give you some comfort, clearly there will be an associated building warrant associated with this proposed development if indeed they are successful. And again, that includes the demolition activities. It will include any engineering works to the rear, the construction of the fence, which was pointed out at the site visit, and the new house. So I think within that package of checks and balances, so to speak, in terms of the warrant and also the conditions, I feel confident that those issues can be resolved to your satisfaction.
That's grand, thank you. As I said, the recommendations do seem to have taken care of most of that. So I will be quite happy about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well conditioned, that application. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Can I ask, will the existing drainage to the pre-demolition building be used for the new building? First question.
Julie.
Proposed drainage information did come in relation to the new application, and that was considered by our drainage and flooding team, who are also on the call if you have any technical questions about the drainage that's proposed. Clearly the new house does have drainage capacity, but there's also details that have been submitted as part of this proposal for a new house.
So the existing house's drainage capacity information is the new house's draining capacity information. Like, will there be monoblock driveways, etc.? You know, is it exactly the same? So the drainage capacity will be adhered to.
It's a new house, so there'll be new proposals. Clearly, they do have connection to Scottish water infrastructure at the moment, but new drainage infrastructure information was submitted as part of this application, which our drainage and flooding team made comment on, and they can come in a moment. Again, referring back to the building warrant application that will come after this planning application if they're successful. Drainage again is looked at very robustly and quite tight from a technical point of view in terms of the building warrant application. I think this might be a good point to bring in our drainage and flooding colleague if he's on the call.
Who is it?
Gary.
Gary.
Yep. Thanks, Kevina. So as Julie stated about the application, our flooding team within engineering design have reviewed this application of prior property in forming a new property, and there is a new drainage design, so there has been a surface water design included within the application documentation that shows a large deep water storm soakaway throughout the property that's new to the application site. So it takes into account all of the development. So our flooding team are content with the application. There's no issues at all.
Thank you, Gary. Any other questions? Councillor Spears.
Mentioned biodiversity enhancement, and I read my own writing here, but you say that you're going to leave all the existing plants, so will the garden area and driveway area be the same?
I'm not clear what you're asking. Sorry, can you repeat that?
There's going to be biodiversity enhancement. What, are they going to plant a lot of trees in the area? Or, biodiversity?
Okay, so National Planning Framework 4, as members will be aware, Policy 3 has requirements for the retention and enhancement of biodiversity in all development. Obviously, that has to be commensurable to the nature and scale of development. In this case, it's a single house for a replacement, a one-for-one replacement house. Normally, we might not ask for biodiversity enhancement, but given the size of the site and also its connectivity with surrounding countryside, we're recommending that a condition be applied. So if members can look at condition number 5, they will see that information would be sought prior to the commencement of development on site, and it will include vegetation to be retained and safeguarded, detailed of specifications for new planting, details of all surface and boundary treatment and landscaping structure, and also details of biodiversity enhancement measures to be developed on the site, and that will be agreed with the applicant post-decision if there's a positive outcome today.
Okay, and my last question is, I think there was objections, 3 objections. What was the observations of the objectors? Because we just get the names of the objectors, but we don't know what they were objecting about.
44.
Thank you. So the reports, as was mentioned, the reports are issued, up to 2 weeks before committee. The full assessment of the application, including a summary of the representations and an assessment of the public representations, is included in all committee reports. If members refer to section 7B.3 to 7B.12 of the report in front of them, that has the full assessment of all representations that were made in relation to the application.
Page 49.
That's what the public says. For some answers to what they've asked.
Okay then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, happy. It seems a well-conditioned report, and there shouldn't be any problems. Richard?
No, it's just to clarify there, as the case officer had said, public representations are summarised in 2 places, section 6.1. There's a number of bullet points there that go over some of the public representations, and also as the case officer had said, it's section 7B.3 through to 7B.12.
Okay. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. I think that the officer's case putting forward has been very thorough and precise, and I think that starting afresh on this new development will help everybody. So I would propose that we accept the officer's recommendation with the conditions attached.
Yep. Billy Buchanan.
Can you hear me okay, Convener?
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd just like to say that I totally agree with the first comments of Bailey Kerr, that it was imperative that we go out and site, as was the first application that came before us today, because it gives everybody a total insight into the physical characteristics of an application. And I'm totally satisfied once again with the officer's report, and I'm happy to second Bailey Kerr and agree on the recommendations contained within. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Ian. Sorry, Councillor Sinclair.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, I'm not otherwise minded where this is concerned. Had Bailey Buchanan not come in before me, I would have been content to second Bailey Kerr's motion. I think it's vital that when, as a committee, we're presented with a significant amount of information and significant amounts of opportunity to question the information we're provided publicly well in advance of committee, that we do our best to avail ourselves of that information and make use of every opportunity we have with the professional officers that are here to question them in advance. I think that's vitally important for good decision making and early decision making. Where this particular application is concerned, yeah, the site visit was incredibly helpful. I concur with Councillor Forrest's comments there. The house that's on the site itself, I don't think I've been so close to a house that's quite as big as that. It's very impressive. It's on a very impressive site, and in my opinion, a stunning view right across sort of the north side of the district. But no, I'm content with what we are presented with, and I concur with the officer's recommendations on this occasion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Anyone got any contrary position on that? No, I'm very happy then to put it to Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. On the basis that there is general agreement on the motion, which was moved by Bailey Kerr and seconded by Bailey Buchanan to grant in accordance with officer recommendations, the decisions to grant in accordance with officer recommendations. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. So I think we'll have a break now for 30 minutes. That'd be okay with everybody? Yeah. It's been a long morning, I know, for some of us. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Can we just agree to continue with this? Normally expected to finish at a certain time. So can we agree to continue until at least 5 o'clock?
Agreed.
Okay, agreed. Thank you. Okay, if we move to agenda item 6, P/25/028/FUL, construction of a restaurant, coffee unit, Class 3 with drive-thru and associated works at Tesco Stores, Glasgow Road, Falkirk, for Mungo Park Limited. It's pages 56 to 74 of the agenda. We have deputation requests. And in accordance with Standing Orders 33, is the committee happy to hear the deputations?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. The report will be presented by Judy Seidel Gregory. Julie.
Thank you, Convener. Gemma, can we view the drawings for this application, please? We also have site photographs available if required by committee today for any members who were not in attendance at the site visit on Monday. This application relates to the development of a new coffee unit with drive-thru facility. The application site forms part of a large car park which serves the Tesco supermarket at Camelin, with access proposed via the existing road network. New car parking spaces, electrical vehicle charging, cycle parking and landscaping are proposed as part of the development. The proposed operator is Starbucks. This application was called to Planning Committee by Provost Bissett to allow consideration of any potential impacts on parking provision and traffic generation in the area, and by Councillor McCabe because of concerns relating to traffic impact of an additional drive-thru on the main road into Falkirk. Representations both objecting and in support of the proposal are summarised at section number 6 of your report. The Camelin, Buntaskin and Tamforhill Community Council recently submitted comment on this application. Objection is made by the Community Council in relation to the likely increase in traffic congestion at the Glasgow Road Tesco Junction, additional traffic in and around the car park, a reduction in car parking for the Tesco supermarket, increasing congestion and driver frustration, and increased risk of harm to pedestrians. These comments were made following finalisation of the report which is before you today. The consultation responses are summarised at section 4 of your report. Members' attention is drawn particularly to the Roads Development Unit response at section 4.1 and the Transport Planning Unit response at section 4.3. The application was supported by a raft of information which includes transport assessments, and that work concluded that the proposed development would integrate within the existing transport network without an adverse impact on the functioning of the existing road network. In relation to parking, the proposed development will result in the loss of 75 spaces, which will leave 345 spaces remaining for Tesco customers. It should be noted that new spaces are also shown as being provided for customers of this application. The application was supported by parking surveys, which were conducted over a lengthy period and identified that there was approximately 181 free spaces available at peak times, which tends to be Saturday operating. This demonstrates that there is adequate capacity within the existing car park to accommodate the proposed development. Officers from both the Roads Development Unit and Transport Planning Unit are present today if members have any technical questions in relation to these assessments and conclusions. The application is assessed as being in accordance with the development plan, which comprises the Falkirk Local Development Plan 2 and National Planning Framework 4. This proposed development would be provided within an established commercial centre in conjunction with a cluster of other commercial premises I'm sure everyone is aware of, which includes 2 large supermarkets, a large variety store, petrol filling station, McDonald's restaurant with drive-thru, a leisure centre, carpet bowls, bowling alley and sensory centre. It's considered that many of the customers using the proposed development may be linked to an existing visitor trip to another offer within the commercial centre, or indeed travelling on foot or via the sustainable transportation network, which includes a nearby bus stop and a well-connected train station, or from nearby residential properties in the community of Camelin surrounding. Economic benefits in relation to job investment and job creation are also noted in relation to this particular development. The application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions detailed at section number 9 of your report. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Julie. Any questions for Julie from the committee members? Councillor Spears.
Yeah, once again, and I would like assurances to be given this time with a clear overview maps, just as a prerequisite to my questions. I hope we don't come here next month and we're struggling to see a map that's just a bit bigger than a postage stamp.
Appreciate that, Councillor.
There's been concerns raised by the community councillors regarding roads view, and I'm looking through roads, and maybe the man for roads will be able to, the officer for roads will be able to come in and tell us further about the concerns that have been raised, and I would imagine they were raised by objectors as well. That's the first question, so I'll come in with another couple.
We ask, is it Gary on?
Aye, thanks, Convener.
Thanks, mate.
And if the Councillor Spears, can I just clarify what exactly you're going to ask in terms of questions? We have one of our transport planning colleagues, Matthew Orr, our coordinator on transport planning, that might be able to answer questions if it's to do with transport modelling and traffic.
I think it's regarding the Glasgow Road Junction. The same question you got for the community council.
In terms of road safety or in terms of transport modelling, through yourself, Convener?
Congestion, I think, was the item that was raised by them.
Right, thanks for clarifying, Councillor Spears. Matthew, I'll pass you on to Matthew.
Yeah, that's no problem. Obviously, as part, through your Convener, Matthew, our transport planning coordinator. Obviously, as part of any planning application that's of significant, trip generating purposes, we need to look at the impacts of those schemes. In this case, obviously, it's a drive-through element, and as part of that, what we need to look at is how much of the transport assessment set us out, how much of the trade is new trips, so people that are sort of leaving their house with the sole purpose of accessing the development, or how much is either passed by or diverted, so people that are perhaps on an adjacent route that divert to that route, or people that are on the 803 already and who sort of drop it on their way to work or on their way home from work. So in this kind of development, it's quite a significant amount. So 70%, this is based on evidence provided by the consultant for the applicant, 70% are passed by or diverted, and that's based on surveys of similar sites within Scotland, which is quite typical of what we tend to accept, with 30% being new. Obviously, we're aware that there is congestion on that section, particularly during peak times. However, the applicant provided junction modelling of the development at AM, PM, and Saturday peak times, and it was found that the impact of the development was relatively minimal. For example, in terms of the Saturday peak, you were looking at an increase of no more than 1 or 2 vehicles to the back of a queue. So I do appreciate that with these things, we do see an initial surge in usage when they first open, but that should bed down and become a bit more normalized in terms of the usage. I would also like to point out that because it's a coffee drive-through Starbucks application as well, the PM peak demand for this kind of development is a lot lower than like a McDonald's or a similar development. It's more of an AM or a Saturday kind of usage. So we've looked at it in full and in detail with the all the modelling has been carried out that we requested, and we're satisfied that the impact on traffic congestion is relatively minimal.
Right, could we just hold that a minute? I'll put you on to Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Convener, and apologies to Councillor Anslow and the Provost. I would maybe suggest at this stage that the deputations are heard, and then Julie, the planning officer, will be heard from again, and after that would be an opportune moment to ask the officers questions. So I'll maybe hand back to the Convener at that point in relation to the deputations. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thanks very much. Jim, could you bring in the first deputation, which I believe is Councillor Redmond? Online.
All right, thanks. Can you hear me all right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll put together 2 seconds. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Is that let me present? I'm sharing the screen. Can you see it? Yeah.
Yeah, we can see it, Jack.
Yep. Perfect. Thanks. I don't know why it's not going. Doesn't seem to want to go in full screen, but I'll just go with that. So it was just to summarise a few of the kind of objections that people would came to me with. First one was, well, the main ones were traffic concerns, loss of parking, departure for encouraging active travel, and then piecemeal rather than strategic development. So the traffic concerns were obviously most days will all use the road along Camelin every most weeks anyway. It's a very congested road to say the least. You know, there's existing tailbacks at Tesco and McDonald's. You can be waiting at the lights for ages sometimes going through Camelin, especially roadworks and things we've seen. There's been, you know, maybe not an hour, but 30-40 minutes to get through. There's concerns raised regarding overspill traffic onto the surrounding residential streets. The additional drive-through risks intensifying queuing and turning movements and delays. One of the concerns that was raised in the consultation, which I thought was quite important, was the concerns about emergency vehicles. Some of the residents that came there have noticed that it's been difficult at times for emergency vehicles to get up and down that road. So I'm not sure if adding more pressure, more demand on that would be very wise at this time. It's obviously a road that was designed to handle less traffic than it is just now. The next thing, and this is probably the main thing, was the loss of parking. So the existing parking provision was originally approved for the demand of the Tesco store. So I've got it drawn up here. We can see the development outlined in red, and it seems to be taking, I would say, about 2/3 of the overall parking space at Tesco's, just roughly by my eyes. You can see by the boundary Starbucks is the car park here where it's going to be built, and the car park here to the south as well, which leaves Tesco with only this smaller area here. Obviously, when the Tesco was built, it would have been built in accordance with the development plan at that time, and they would have deemed that they needed this many parking spaces. So I don't see why, you know, a few years, well, maybe 10 years later or whatever, we can just say, well, do you know what, we actually don't need as many parking spaces as was required at that time. You know, car usages went up, and I know going into that car park myself a few times, I've never struggled to get a space, but it has been tight at times. And if you take 75 of those spaces away, I think there could be some real pressure put on the car parking. So not only is it taking away for car parking spaces, but it's also increasing demand on the parking spaces, because we've got a new business operating in there. More people are going to want to park there. So we're simultaneously increasing the demand for parking whilst reducing the parking spaces. It just doesn't seem to add up. And then also my kind of last worry on this is, does it set a precedent for development car parks going forward? Could we see developments like this coming forward for maybe Tesco's in the Braes or Tesco's at Falkirk Town Centre or whatever at the retail park? So I'm not sure if this is the type of car park development that we want to be seeing. The last bit was second last slide was our departure for encouraging active travel. So obviously drive-thrus are fundamentally car focused. They're based on car usage. There's no active travel, walking or wheeling, cycling or anything involved in a drive-thru. So is that really compatible with the sustainable transport objectives of National Planning Framework 4? I'm just thinking, is this the direction we necessarily want to be going in? You know, we keep hearing all these grand strategies coming forward for the council to get people out of cars, but yet here's another drive-thru. I mean, it's, even if people are going for a coffee in the park and then they walk, it's still a bit of activity rather than just driving through. I mean, there obviously is a place for drive-thrus, but I think there obviously is a limit to how many we want in the Falkirk area. The last one, and I suppose that's the main thing. It is good to see, you know, companies coming forward and want to develop in the Camelin area. And you know, I do want to see development brought forward, but I just want to make sure that it's the right development and it complements the area and doesn't exacerbate existing pressures on the area. So maybe we should be adopting, rather than piecemeal sporadic developments in car parks and sort of cramming in existing developments. You know, there's a lot of change happening in the Camelin area. If you look at like the council's own plans for Camelin, eventually we're going to be transitioning to our new sports hub, and the Mariner will likely be closing, so that'll be a large site that's coming available. We've got the community centre as well, which is like a huge site as well that'll be coming up. Maybe we should be looking at more of a master planned approach to encourage new businesses to come in, rather than what I would see as a sort of ad hoc cramming new developments into existing car parks, which puts additional pressure on existing services. But that's basically a summary of all my issues with it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Can we have the deputation from... All right, sorry. Anyone, any questions to Councillor Redmond before we move on? Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Redmond. That was I really enjoyed your very clear presentation, especially the drawings that you gave. I agree with you on we're not a drive-through town. We try to attract people into town. We try to attract people into our town centres. Do you feel this will seriously impact town centre businesses and local businesses in Camelin as well? First question.
Yeah. I think you've raised a good point. You know, a lot of time we're talking about it as the Camelin corridor, and you know, a corridor just suggests that you go through Camelin to go into Falkirk or leave elsewhere. But why should Camelin not be a destination in itself? Why should people not want to come to Camelin and sit down and enjoy a coffee? So I think you're quite right there, yeah.
Having just met a couple for Camelin on holiday, they gave the same impression to me as you're giving just now. So, at 20-minute neighbourhoods, you know, are you saying then that, and this is an adverse question, they should just take a coffee at home rather than going to Tesco's for the coffee?
I suppose there's local coffee shops as well. I quite like I forgot the name of it, but there's one behind the court. I like to go in there for a breakfast roll. And I don't drink coffee, I'll drink juice, but I know they do an excellent coffee in there. You've got Tesco's Cafe that does a coffee. You've got McDonald's that does coffee as well. So I'm not anti-coffee. I'm all for people having coffees. It's more just the cramming of this development that I feels the issue.
Okay, I'll come back later on the Glasgow Road Junction and parking, but I'll listen to deprivation, the deposition first.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Redmond? No? Okay, then can we move on then to the other deputation, please? Okay, good afternoon to you. I hope you enjoyed your morning here. Would you like to tell me who each of you are, please?
Yeah, no problem. My name is Stephen Scott. I represent ECS Transport Planning, and we were commissioned by the applicant to undertake a transport assessment in support of the application.
Okay.
My name's Rachel Affleck. I'm a senior planner at Lichfields. We're working on behalf of the applicant as the planning consultant.
Thank you. And yourself, sir?
Hi there, I'm Hamish Rankin. I'm head of property for the applicant.
Okay, you have 10 minutes between you to talk. Are you doing the main presentation, Mr. Scott? Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, councillors.
Put your microphones off, the ones that aren't speaking.
Okay, good afternoon, councillors.
Fine, thanks.
Hope you're all well. As I said, my name's Stephen Scott. I'm an Associate Transport Planner for ECS Transport Planning. We are commissioned by Mungo Park to undertake a transport assessment in support of the plan application for a drive-through coffee shop on land included within the Tesco car park on Glasgow Road, Falkirk. Obviously, we understand that the application, which was recommended for approval by Falkirk Council, was called in today due to queries relating to traffic generation, the operation of Glasgow Road and the loss of car park, and as such we as a project team thought I'd be best placed to present the findings of our study and answer any questions. We've been involved in a number of these drive-through developments over the years for various operators in a range of locations, and I think the points raised today so far are key queries and concerns raised by general residents. Therefore, I'll cover the three main topics within this presentation. So we'll start with the car parking. As you will probably all be aware, shopping trends have changed over the last several years, and a lot more people are shopping online. In addition, a lot of these shopping centres are introduced a click and collect facility, which significantly reduces dwell time. As such, there's also been an influx of these discounter stores such as Aldi and Lidl, which are sharing the trade. So the historic car parking guidelines that are associated with large food stores are now outdated, and a lot of these facilities are operating with surplus car parking. Tesco are fully confident that the car park was underutilised, otherwise they wouldn't want to be selling an element of the car parks. They wouldn't jeopardise their own trade. However, they commissioned an independent car park accumulation survey on a weekday and a weekend, 24 hours, to determine if there was sufficient car parking available on site to support these proposals. The survey, which was undertaken by Trans Surveys, undertook a count before the process and confirmed that there was 427 spaces on site. The results indicated that there was a maximum occupancy of 246 recorded on a Friday between 11 and 11:15, equating to a 57% utilisation. The proposals, correctly as have been identified, result in the loss of 75 spaces, which would increase the occupancy rate to 69%, but would leave over 100 spaces vacant during the busiest period. The surveys confirmed that there's more than sufficient surplus car parking to accommodate these proposals. So we'll move on to generation. I think Matthew touched on some of this. The traffic generation for this development was estimated by reviewing similar types of coffee shops with comparable characteristics from the TRIX database, which is an industry standard approach for obtaining trip rates. The trip rates were reviewed and agreed with Falkirk Council. The study focuses on the background peaks when the network's at its busiest, and we estimated that the coffee shop would generate 81, 38 and 86 two-way trips during the AM, PM and Saturday peak periods respectively. However, it's important to understand that a large proportion of these trips are already on the road network. As you'll probably appreciate, if you drink coffee yourself, few people leave their home in the morning to go directly to a drive-thru to buy a coffee, to wait in queues, to return home to drink the coffee in their house. Most of the traffic generated with these types of development are known as pass-by trade. Traffic that's already on the road network, which diverts from their usual journey to grab a coffee on their way to work. Research and studies have been undertaken on this pass-by trade, and it accounts for 70% of the custom during the peak period, with the other 30% usually consisting of people sitting in the coffee shop rather than using the drive-through element. Therefore, the development is only likely to generate 24, 11 and 26 new two-way movements on the road network during the AM, PM and Saturday peak periods, which is significantly less than daily variation on the road network and equates to approximately one new trip every 3 minutes. This location is ideal for this type of development. It's on a key strategic route, easy for commuters to pass the site, divert from their current journey without adding traffic to surrounding streets. So the network operation, we as Matthew indicated, we've worked on several of these sites and these applications, and due to the high level of trade and detailed capacity isn't usually required to support the application. But given the nature of Glasgow Road, Matthew and his team asked for us to undertake a detailed assessment of Glasgow Road. We're fully aware that Glasgow Road's a key strategic route in the area, and it supports a connection between Derry, Bonnybridge and Falkirk. We're also aware that it's busy at times and there is queues and commuter peak periods, but generally the corridor flows freely during the off-peak periods. In order to support the analysis, Trans-Surveys undertook independent junction counts and queue surveys in Glasgow Road on Friday the 31st of October 2025 and Saturday the 1st of November 2025. The survey concluded the Tesco Junction, the surveys included the Tesco Junction, the Redbray Road Junction and the Camlin Roundabout. The model was constructed using the Council's traffic signal control specification, staging and the survey data. Footage was reviewed by ECS, Falkirk Council and Stantec, the Council's transportation term consultant, to ensure we were comfortable with the base model and ensure that it was reflective of current conditions. We modelled the future year scenario with and without the development in place to demonstrate the uplift in operation because of the additional traffic. The maximum increase was estimated to be 1.9% in the PM scenario on the network, and the network would continue to operate within capacity. This result is, in my opinion, not even noticeable to the existing road user. As previously indicated, the proposal would only result in one additional new vehicle on the network every 3 minutes. Furthermore, it's worth noting and highlighting that the network was designed to accommodate a fully operational Tesco store with a full car park. However, as we know, the car park's only currently at 57% capacity. Essentially, the trips associated with this development could be considered as committed on the road network, as they're only replacing an element of the Tesco generation that's moved online. So in summary, as you'll be aware, the application has been recommended for approval by Falkirk Council. Transport assessment was reviewed and approved by both Falkirk Council's Transport Planning Department and their term consultant Stantec. 3 transport professionals agreed that traffic generation associated with this proposal will be negligible and impact on the network and Glasgow Road corridor will be unnoticeable to the standard road user, and it will continue to operate fully within capacity. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We've got various members of our project team here today to answer any questions, so we welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions to deputation? Councillor Spears.
You mentioned, and I was surprised at your words, general residence. How do you define a general resident?
I'm sorry if that was my terminology. Just meant residents in general surrounding the area.
Your figures for parking.
Yeah.
You mentioned that because of lack of custom now to Tesco, so do you think Tesco's going downhill and this is a way of keeping it alive?
No, definitely not. As I explained, trade's changed over the last few years and a lot more shopping's happening online. And they also operate a click and collect service and a delivery service. It just means that there's a lot more car parking freed up. So when people order online or when they go to collect their shopping, the dwell time's reduced, so people aren't staying on site as long. So there's more car parking available. Tesco would not be freeing up an element of car parking if it was going to jeopardise their trade.
So you got these figures for the fixed database?
Tricks data, no. The car parking study, the survey of the Tesco car park was an independent survey undertaken by Trans-Surveys, and that was undertaken on a weekday and a weekend. The tricks database was used to determine the trip generation associated with the proposed development. So the tricks database is used to compare a number of different drive-through coffee shops that have similar characteristics to estimate how much traffic this site is likely to generate, because that's the only way we can undertake analysis of the network if we know what this development is or estimate what this development is going to generate.
It's more than your end of September, beginning of November survey.
I don't believe there was a survey undertaken in November. The car park survey was undertaken on the 11th and 12th of July, and the road network survey was undertaken on the 31st of October and the 1st of November.
I'm glad that you accept that the Glasgow Road's a key strategic road for our town, where we try to attract people into the town. So it's not like bypass, but it is a main artery coming into the town. And you reckon that it will only increase one car every 3 seconds, did you say?
No,
three cars?
One new car every 3 minutes. We understand there will be a lot more generation.
3 minutes?
Yeah. But what I was explaining is that of all the traffic that this site will generate, 70% is already on the network. So they're already passing the site and they'll divert in on their way to another journey. So there's studies been undertaken in origin destination, and 70% of people surveyed will say that they've got a different origin to destination for their trip to a coffee store. So that would suggest that they're going en route to work with the people with an origin that would mean people are travelling to there and then going home, but that's generally associated with people that are meeting to have a sit down coffee within the store.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you. Thank you, convener, and thank you for the deputation. I want to turn back to the traffic survey, if I can.
Yeah.
You mentioned about traffic along Glasgow Road. Like a lot of the concerns of the as was heard in the last deputation, is the congestion along Glasgow Road. Was there any determination on the sequencing of traffic lights along that road that was picked up by the traffic survey that would suggest an element of the congestion is already there without this development being there?
There's the network that's in place on Glasgow Road is a highly sophisticated network. The council have invested in a scheme called MOVER, which stands for Microprocessor Optimization Vehicle Actuation. So it's a dynamic system. It's very complicated. So in a standard set of traffic lights, there's a fixed staging and a fixed element of green time associated with each stage. Whereas on this corridor, it's dynamic and it can change to suit platoons. So if a platoon of traffic's going eastbound to westbound, generally, and there's no demand on the minor arms, the network has the ability to change the green time and reallocate the staging so that the platoon moves in conjunction. So off-peak times, that you can see the massive benefit from that. But on a strategic corridor, you'll still see queuing. But there's the system that's in place is one of the better systems that you can introduce.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps turning to yourselves now. In terms of the size of the unit that's proposed here, the takeaway cafe restaurant itself is how many seats would that? How many people could fit into that restaurant, that unit?
And there's proposed to be about 50 seats in the cafe, so it will be like a kind of cafe, sit-in cafe as well.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And have you already determined the number of vehicles you would expect in the drive-thru on an hourly basis, or is it too early to tell? Were this to be granted, do you have a level of expectation on how many vehicles would be through the drive-thru?
Do you mean using the drive-through lane itself rather than? I think obviously that would depend on the operation. Like, it's quite difficult to tell at this stage. But as Stephen said, we've used the TRIX database to look at similar drive-through coffee shops that are located in similar areas. So I think that gives like an estimated idea. Don't know if you have more to say on.
Yeah, the numbers that were estimated from the database where we reviewed other similar facilities was that it would attract 81 vehicles in the AM peak and 86 in the Saturday peak. And I think, as Matthew touched on, the demand is much less in the PM. So the PMs only get 38 trips. But I suppose that doesn't account for shared trips, or people that are already in Tesco and perhaps using it as well, and also maybe trade draw. It was also mentioned that McDonald's have coffee available. It may well be that people prefer Starbucks coffee and they'll use that use this facility instead, but they're already in, these areas. They're not new trips to the network.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. And lastly, on employment and economic economic development of this with this facility here, how many jobs do you expect to get if at this location? What would be the gross value added, for example, expected from this facility?
On the total generation of jobs, we propose 20. This is majority are general baristas. We then have a supervisor, an assistant store manager, and a store manager who will have come from backgrounds of experience. In terms of gross value, I can't say at the moment because of when we propose to actually open this, if it gets through, due to sort of living wage changes, because we're a living wage paying company. So I can come back with those figures at some point, though.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions to the deputation? Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, convener. I've just got a quick couple of points. Can I just ask out of interest, what made you choose that specific location?
So our strategy at the moment for finding sites is finding areas of where the commuters are already. So, for example, we have another store at Falkirk Central Retail Park, the ex-Carphone warehouse unit. Again, that's in line with this. You find that there are already people here. As Stephen alluded to, Starbucks, people don't tend to get in the car to specifically go to Starbucks. It tends to be a secondary journey. So therefore, that impacts our strategy. So we've also opened in an Aldi car park as well in Crieff, for exactly that reason, because the customers and potential customers are already there. So therefore we pick them up before or after their shopping trips. So we like to go in areas where there are a considerable number of potential customers there already. You won't find us in sort of greenfield sites, us specifically. Obviously other franchisees have their own ability to open, but we look for sites with dense amount of people there already.
Thank you for that. My reason for asking is obviously the officer made a point of the fact it's near the Camlin railway station, but it isn't actually. That if you were to use your drive-through, you would have to go in, drive-through, come back out, and then go through another set of traffic lights. My final point is Tesco's at the moment run a 2-hour parking only through a private English company. Will you be using the same sort of thing for people parking to use the on-site facilities rather than drive-through?
No, there are no plans to incorporate any sort of parking limits into our site and our specific car parking spaces.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that, because I suspect that's what's drove customers away from Tesco's. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Anslow. Provost Bissett.
Thanks, Convener. Congestion in Glasgow Road's been a big issue for many years, and Carmel residents have complained about that for many, many years as well. And some of the issues are around overspill and pollution levels. So given that there's going to be a lot of cars idling there is at the minute, and this will probably add to it, have we done any checks on pollution levels?
It's not really something that forms part of the transport assessment. The focus is more on capacity and operation of the network to make sure that it can accommodate the additional traffic. As I said, the majority of the traffic's already going to be on the network, and there's already been traffic lost off that network associated with the downturn in store trade associated with Tesco. So I suppose the analysis focused on the operation of the junction, and we were convinced by the modelling exercise that there was capacity there to accommodate these additional trips.
Okay, it's just I've been stuck in tailbacks many times, right back to the Rosebank, and that's before this development might or might not go ahead. So I'm trying to convey the feeling of the residents of Camlin on this issue, and it's a big issue for them. So I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Councillor Forrest.
Thanks. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my head around the figures. You've got 50 covers in your restaurant, and you estimate that it will be 81 vehicles using the drive-through over, you said peak.
Yeah.
Now, is that peak per hour? What is it?
The peak assessment that we focus on is when the road network is at its busiest, which is the AM peak hour when people are travelling to work, and the PM peak hour when people are travelling back from work. And we assessed a Saturday as well because of just the nature of the network. So the generation figures that I referred to were only for the hours, but this type of development does attract generation. During the day, there's more people sit in the coffee shop during the day, and more people using the drive-through in peak times. But our assessment needs to ensure that the network is going to operate sufficiently during its busiest period, and the combined peak is then these commuter periods. So there's no assessment really required as per the guidelines for the off-peak periods, because the networks it's not as busy.
Right, that's grand. That's what I was trying to work out. I just couldn't see how it was viable. But thanks very much for that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? No. Well, thanks very much for your deputation. If you like to retake your seats. Okay, can we go back to Julie Seidel-Gregory for comments on what you've heard so far?
Thank you, Convener. So I'll try and do a lot of really good comments and really good points that have been discussed and raised here. I'll try and do a short overview. So just again to highlight, this is not just a drive-through. It's a cafe restaurant. It's a coffee shop. It will attract walk-in customers. I want to highlight that this type of development is a very important component to our local centres, and it does contribute to tourism and the vitality of these areas. Councillor Redmond commented that we need a master plan for this area. Yep, that may well be. However, I would say at the moment we do have a master plan, and it's our local development plan 2 spatial strategy. This site is identified as a commercial centre. This is the preferred location for large food offers, commercial development, tourism and coffee shops. It's not been a piecemeal approach. We've heard today from the parking surveys and the traffic impact, which I'm sure our technical colleagues can comment a bit more on. There was quite a long and robust assessments that took place before there was any consideration of this site being potentially suitable for this type of development. A town centre first assessment was carried out, and it was found that there was no comparable offer within Camelin local centre. Concerns have also been raised in relation to sustainability and traffic impact. This area is exactly, if you looked up at a picture of 20-minute neighbourhoods, this is it. We've got all these commercial offers, we've got a leisure centre, we've got shopping, we've got houses, we've got a train station within 5 minutes, we've got a bus stop right next to the site. I think I'd bring us back to our local development plan 2, which forms part of our development plan. Policy JE10, food and drink, which relates to class 3 uses. The principal concerns here are that proposals must demonstrate that there would be no adverse impact on the amenity of adjacent residential properties or the surrounding area generally by virtue of noise odours, and that parking and access requirements are satisfied. We've discussed a lot the parking and access. I hope that our colleagues in roads and transport planning can possibly come back in and perhaps can do some conclusions on the comments that we've heard from the applicant and also Councillor Redmond today.
Thanks, Julie. Gary McGregor, would you like to comment on what you've heard so far?
Thanks, Convener. So I'll probably just give a quick justification around road safety that our Roads Development Control team provided responses on, and then I will pass to Matthew Orr and our transport planning team. So our Roads Development Control team looked at road safety, they looked at the junctions, and they were content with everything. Obviously, the modelling aspect of that, the traffic, the busyness is more on transport planning. So in terms of our roads development control team, they were content as stated within the report, Convener, and I'll pass you on to Matthew Orr and our transport planning team just to provide a wee bit more on the modelling side.
Thank you, Gary. Matthew?
Thanks, Convener. Good to hear from the deputations there. As has already been said with regards to the car parking, you know, the car parking that I think Councillor Redmond had mentioned around, you know, do the standards now still apply? You know, looking at the current standards, the current provision is a bit of an over provision, but in my line of work, you know, there's no substitute for sort of real world evidence of usage. So as we've seen from the car parking surveys, which were done over sort of the busiest weekday and a Saturday, there was still you know, 25% of the car parking left for above what the maximum was that was observed. So, you know, we ourselves in Roads Development Control don't have any concerns about car parking in that area. And with regards to the trip generation as well, as Julie has mentioned as well, you know, there's opportunities for, there's quite a large, you know, level of population in the area, and there's other uses which sort of adds to that 20-minute neighbourhood offering that we see in Camelon, which we don't get in a lot of our local areas. So, you know, and the provision of seating as well, obviously, adds into that for people coming in and walking to the site before they go on to something else. As mentioned with the trip generation, you know, we're only seeing a vehicle every 3 minutes or so new to the network, which again sort of leads us to accept that there's no real impact from the proposed development. So yeah, we are as transport plan, we are content with what the proposals are.
Okay. Any other? Sorry, Councillor Spears. You're welcome.
We have a very busy roundabout in Grangemouth that has a drive-through in it, and it seems to work okay. I think they might have concerns that one's free for as long as you want, and one you have to pay after 2 hours. So you might have people using your car park. And if these car parks are separated, and it's a restaurant facility, and I don't know, I'm not in Camelon too much where they have a lot of restaurants or not, but I wouldn't see any objections to this. It seems to move things on. It's helping Tesco's, and I was surprised to see that there's a lot of lost custom there, and hopefully it picks up. But no, I think it can only augur well. The main problem isn't this development, and it's not Tesco's, it's the Glasgow Road. Maybe our roads department can come up with an answer how they're going to improve that, especially the junctions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Anslow.
Thank you, Convener. My question is also to roads. I'm quite concerned with the junction going into Tesco's and Watling Street that crosses over. My daughter used to live up the other end of Watling Street, so I would come out onto the 803 quite often. And my concern is at that point in time, coming out from Tesco's, there was no feeder, and if you're coming out and turning right, they were coming out of Tesco's, and there was a number of near misses that my daughter witnessed, and I was almost part of one. So I'm just concerned as how they're going to control, if there's going to be more traffic, how they're going to control the specific junction at that point.
Thanks, Councillor Anslow. I think I'll put that to Matthew.
That would be myself.
Is it yourself,
convener.
Gary?
Through yourself, convener, we've looked at the junction there. Councillor Anslow, we are aware the traffic signalisation of the junction. We have reviewed it several times throughout the year since it's been implemented at the Tesco junction there. What I can say is that the junction there, excuse me, that we have is not flagged as a road safety hotspot. So obviously, last year I came to the executive committee with a new road safety plan within Falkirk Council that looked at upgraded criteria on how we analysed and prioritise road safety schemes. I don't have accident statistics to hand for this specific location. However, I can tell you that it's not within the top 20, Councillor Anslow, and at this moment in time, we after review, after amendment of some of the kind of the signalisation elements, we don't have any specific concerns about that junction at this time.
Thank you, Matthew. As a health and safety professional myself, I'll just point out it's not about, for me, the accidents. It's about prevention of accidents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? No. Julie, would you like to? Sorry, Robert.
Thanks, Convener. I just wondered if we've got any plans to look at Glasgow Road and how we could improve it as a council, because I know there's an awful lot of cars bleed off and go down Carmews Avenue and come out Marner Road. So it's something that's been getting looked at for a long time, and I'm not quite sure if this development is going to add to that or not, or whether it's just an existing problem that needs addressed in the first place. So I just wondered if the roads could maybe advise if we have any future plans to improve Glasgow Road. Thank you.
Okay. Richard.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks, Provost. I'm conscious Planning Committee has to be very careful here in terms of its role, taking a land use decision-making role in this application, and any kind of wider capital or strategic investments that perhaps Roads and Gary's team might have, which would be subject to another committee. So I would defer to either Mr Henderson or Gary on that, but I think, it's a valid question, but we have to be careful we're not straying into other council matters that are possibly related to this, but may well be subject to other reports that come from Gary or Mr Benny in terms of the council's strategic approach there. I don't know if Mr McGregor wants to come in and add to that.
Gary, would you like to?
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Yes, just to reiterate Richard's points there, Provost. So obviously without straying out with the application that we have before us this afternoon, but yes, we are obviously looking at the 803 Glasgow Road corridor in Camelin. We've obviously got active travel strategies. We do have an area that we're looking at in terms of bus corridors. And unfortunately, there's development on both sides of the roads. I'd love a magic wand and be able to widen that area, that route, to get more lanes in, to potentially add in another vehicular lane and an active travel lane. But that's going to be, we're unable to do that. So we have, yes, in answer to your question, we are looking at that, Provost. So, but I can certainly discuss that with you with the Planning Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Gary. Any other councillor?
That's a separate matter. We're here discussing an application for a business coming locally, so we should maybe stick to.
Appreciate that.
I don't think it is a separate matter, actually. I think it's for me to make a decision. If I had got some information on that, would have helped me. So I don't think it's a separate matter.
Okay, thank you. Billy Buchanan.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay, Convener?
Okay, yep.
First of all, I'm going to try and keep my input quite simple. I'm very grateful that Provost Bissett and Brian McCabe, Councillor McCabe, has brought this in. Now, I've been travelling along the Glasgow Road, and that is the issue. Excuse me. That is totally the issue here, as the Provost has outlined, and it's always had been an issue. Over 10 years ago, when the two Goldie brothers were in, they were vociferous in their campaign to try and ensure that the road coming through from Falkirk, coming from the east and coming from the west, wouldn't incorporate the problems we have just now. And what they envisaged at the time was, where the access in now is to Tesco, was that there would be a road getting in there and it would go straight through, and it would support the likes of Aldi going straight through to the station, which has stopped all the traffic lights that have been brought, because I've been travelling that road into the council every day for, well, not now because the municipal buildings aren't there, for 34 years. So I know the changes. When I was coming through Bonnybridge, I used to get into the council buildings in between 10 and 15 minutes. Now it can be 30 to 40 minutes to get into Falkirk. And as the Provost said, keep continuing. The Provost has the fact is that coming for the Beefeater, you can be snarled up for the Beefeater till you get there because of the problem with the lights. In the report, it says quite clearly in terms of currently there are too many cars using the junction Glasgow Road, and it takes too long for existing customers to exit. So what they're doing is people are coming off the Glasgow Road and they're going down into Camlin and they're coming up Carmuir's Avenue. I do it myself because of the problems. This will, it doesn't matter what the situation is, this will exacerbate the present situation. And I, for one, I don't know what the rest of the members feel. I, for one, would not be supporting. What I would be supporting is that whatever administration is going to be coming forward in the next council, that they look at this as an emergency to try and alleviate all the problems that we're having at the moment and we've had for the past 10 or 15 years, because gradually it's got worse. There are more people on the roads now, there are more cars per household, and the fact is that once you come by the Beefeater and you come up, you've got a set of lights, you've got another set of lights, then you've got another set of lights, then you've got four-way light system till you get by the lights just outside where the bus company was. So what I'm saying is, we've got serious issues there. We've always had them. They're being exacerbated. Hopefully, a new administration, whenever comes into this council, will look at the possibility, going back to what we were talking about 10, 15 years ago, as to do away with all these lights, a road right through, then a road down into these facilities like Tesco, and then a road through. I'm totally against this, because the fact is, it doesn't matter if it's one every 3 minutes, whatever it is. The situation is bad enough just now. To me, it's quite dangerous, and it also exacerbates the problem that I have for all the communities, not just for Camlin, but for the people that are coming from other areas like Bonnybridge and Denny. And then you have to look at the factors that in the Banknock and Denlin Head area just now, we've got another 1,000 homes that are earmarked. They've started building. So the problem in terms of cars coming through are going to be worse. So I'm quite happy to informally move this at this time through you, convener, that we refuse this on the grounds of exacerbation of road safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Billy. You've got your red light on now. Councillor Sinclair. Well, if we'll let Councillor Sinclair speak, and then I'll come back to you, okay?
Thank you, convener. So there's been a significant amount of conversation and discussion about the issues in Glasgow Road. I think as everybody has articulated so far, the traffic issues that we see on Glasgow Road right now are there right now without this development being here. My own experience is the traffic issues are not exacerbated by the developments that are there. Mm-hmm. It's exacerbated by the fact of the sheer number of vehicles that are transiting that road between Falkirk and the motorway. Falkirk and Roughmute, Falkirk and Bonnybridge. I think there's a huge amount of traffic on the roads right across the network at right now because of the increase in car usage, and that's regrettable from an active travel standpoint. However, I don't feel that the argument that the traffic will be exacerbated by any additional vehicles on the road heading to this new development, were it to be approved, is sufficient enough for me to say that there's no merit in the application and that we shouldn't accept it. I understand that might cause difficulty with committee members. I understand that it might cause difficulty with my own constituents, of which I am a ward councillor for this area. My real pick with this is that all of the evidence that has been presented to us this morning in relation to parking, in relation to traffic into and out of the site, has been conditioned. There is a significant amount of overcapacity within the parking network in that car park, but also at nearby Aldi, at nearby Home Bargains, at the Mariner Centre, at the Sensory Centre. There's a huge amount of space right across that area. And there is master planning going on. We know for a fact that's been brought to committees prior, and the officers are correct. We have a local development plan to consider within this as well. I don't see any reason why this should be refused. I understand that there may be an additional number of vehicles heading into that site, but I think the lanes that are there would deal with that appropriately. I think as a council, and it's not for this committee, I think as a council we do need to consider the road safety aspects along Glasgow Road, and that's for another conversation at another time. But I do not see that as something that should preclude us from agreeing with the officer's recommendations in the report today. Thank you.
Okay. Before we go to any decisions here, Julie, would you like to speak to anything you've heard? And then we'll go back to Councillor Spears.
I've got nothing further to add at this point.
Sorry, Councillor Spears, and then Councillor Murtagh.
If this is timely, I would move the recommendation of the Planning Committee that we allow this development to go ahead.
Councillor Murtagh, would you? Councillor Murtagh, you're on mute.
The button is not working today. Sorry. Yeah, I was just wanting to come back in on the back of what Councillor Sinclair was saying, and I think there's been a lot of discussion in general and across some of the applications in this committee, and I do share some concern that that we really need to be very careful about what we are considering in our decision making and how we're articulating that. I know that Mr. Henderson always keeps us right with that, but I think that there are some really important factual matters to go through in terms of what we're considering, particularly in this application. I agree that looking at concerns which might be raised in terms of loss of parking capacity in the store, I don't think that I think that might have been a consideration where upon first looking at it, I think those have been addressed. I think that there are a lot of concerns about that have been raised about the road as it stands, but similar to Councillor Sinclair, what I think is the most important thing to consider is this going to increase the volume of traffic significantly? That if this whole site was coming just now within our local development plan as a Tesco, McDonald's, petrol station, Starbucks, if it was all coming in this way just now, would it be a suitable development for that area? I don't think we would have a problem with that. I think that within the local development plan, it is designated in this way as a commercial site. It is an appropriate site. The point that everybody is raising, and no, I don't think anybody is disputing, is that we've all sat on Glasgow Road in traffic jams and waited, over the years in various capacities. Is this particular development going to add to that in a way that will be significant? And I don't think that case is necessarily made, and I think that I do understand the concerns that have been brought up by local residents in terms of that, because there are problems, not particularly so much just at that junction, but across the whole length of that network. But I'm not convinced that the numbers will significantly increase, because it will be a secondary destination and likely to be the same clientele. So I'm similarly minded as Councillor Sinclair, that I don't think the case has been made for us to be able to refuse it on the basis of planning policy.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So have you got? Sorry, Councillor Forrest.
Thank you. We did a site visit there on Monday. We were in the bus and we were out of the site, out of that junction, within a matter of a few minutes. That was lucky, because I've been there probably about 5 times every month for years now. And sometimes, yes, you've got to wait, but there is hardly a road, hardly a major junction coming into Falkirk that you don't have to wait, that there's not some form of congestion. It's not unheard of to wait there for 5 minutes. And I can't see any reason for refusing this. So therefore, I'd second the motion.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion from Councillor Sinclair. No? Your amendment to... I'll let Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks for letting me come in. In terms of my notes, I've noted that Bailey Buchanan made a motion initially to refuse the grant of planning permission, and I'll maybe look to discuss the reasons around that in a moment. And then there was an amendment by Councillor Spears, now seconded by Councillor Forrest, to grant permission in accordance with the officer recommendations. So as things sit, we don't actually have a seconder for the motion, which was a refusal motion. But can I just clarify with Bailey Buchanan the reasons that were articulated around that?
In relation to the traffic volume in around the application site would be exacerbated and have a severe impact on the proposed area with the existing traffic congestion, and also serious issues in regards to road safety. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll maybe just read out, and I know I tend to preamble things, but it's just to acknowledge the fact that members have spent some time going through the report, etc. But the committee, having considered the officer's report, the development plan and material considerations, and having exercised its planning judgment, agrees to refuse to grant planning permission as the following material considerations are considered to be of significant weight and considered determinative. The committee considers that the proposal will exacerbate existing congestion issues in the area and have an adverse impact on road traffic and safety in the vicinity. Does that encapsulate?
Yeah.
Do we have a seconder for Provost Bissett?
Convener, I'm happy to second it. And my thinking is based on the same as Bailey Buchanan's, and we refused a development in Grange Road a couple of years ago for similar reasons, traffic congestion and pollution and stuff like that. So I don't think it's the right time for this development until we've sorted the Glasgow Road. So quite happy to second.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Convener. And to sum up, we have a motion by Bailey Buchanan, seconded by Provost Bissett, and it is to refuse the grant of planning permission for the reasons just articulated. And then we have an amendment by Councillor Spears, seconded by Councillor Forrest, and that is to grant permission in accordance with officer recommendations. So I will call through by way of roll call. So Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Provost Bissett.
So Bailey Buchanan's was an amendment, wasn't it?
No, we were a motion.
We were, okay, just to want to get that right. So I'm supporting the motion.
And thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful. Bailey Buchanan.
In motion.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
And Bailey Kerr, I think you have put off your camera. I think you were late to the item. Councillor Murtagh.
The amendment.
Councillor Sinclair. And Councillor Spears. So by my notes, we have an equality of votes, 5 for the motion, 5 for the amendment, and accordingly the convener has a casting vote.
And my casting vote will go to the motion.
Thank you, convener, and the motion is accordingly carried. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I can now move on to item 7 on the agenda. So, if it's the committee wish a 10-minute break, yeah, no problem at all. Okay.
5 minutes be great, thanks.
Okay, Jim. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Councillor Colley's left us. Is Councillor Bailey Kerr? Are you online? Bailey Kerr? No? Okay. Councillor Lanslow, are you on? And Provost Bissett. So I take it none of you
I'm
guys
here,
are.
Chair. I'm here.
Good, thanks. Provost. Yep.
Provost,
Okay then.
yeah.
I think we'll just commence now the business. We're on item 7, which is P//25/0109/FUL. The construction of 4 dwelling houses and associated infrastructure at land to the south of 3 Hillcrest Square, Readingmuirhead, for Cedarwood Developments Limited. It's pages 75 to 94 on your agenda, and it's a continuation from the previous meeting, and we had a visit on Monday the 18th from the committee. We have deputation requests. We're willing to hear the deputations.
Agreed.
Thank you. And the report will be presented by Planning Officer Julie Seidel-Gregory.
Thank you, Convener. Gemma can review the plans for the proposed development, and there's also a site photograph that we can display. So this application relates to the construction of 4 detached dwelling houses at land to the south of Hillcrest Square in Readingmuirhead. The proposed houses are 2-storey in height and of modern design, reflecting the architectural character of houses by the same applicant to the north east of this site. At the site visit on Monday, we were able to view those properties. The application site fronts the B810 Shield Hill Road with vehicular access from a single shared driveway to the far west of the frontage. The large shared driveway would accommodate in excess of 18 vehicular spaces available for residents and visitors. 9 contributors made representations to this application as summarised at section number 6 of your report. Members should note that 3 additional representations were received following finalisation of the report, which is before you today. This included a person who's already made comment and a community councillor. These additional representations were reviewed and considered, and no new issues are arising which are not already contained in the report, which are summarised or indeed in relation to the policy assessment. The planning history for this site is summarised at section 3 of your report. This application site previously benefited from planning permission for 3 houses, P18/0015 full, which was granted as forming part of our last local plan, the Falkirk Local Development Plan 1 under Housing Opportunity H69. Planning permission for that site has now lapsed, and the Falkirk Local Development Plan 2 Special Strategy, our current local development plan, shows the site has been excluded from that housing opportunity H21, which directly bounds the site to the west. As such, the site is now within the countryside. The site has more recently been used for contractor parking and the storage of construction materials in association with surrounding housing development. And again, this was viewed when we were on site this week. The consultation responses are summarised at section 4 of this report. Members' attention is particularly drawn to the response from the Roads Development Unit at section 4.1 to 4.2. The applicant has addressed the requested amendments to the proposed development in relation to access and parking. However, there are some concerns remaining in relation to visibility to the east. As you're aware, the Roads Development Unit are in attendance today, and should members have any technical questions in relation to this assessment and the conclusion, are on hand to answer those. The Roads Development Unit have also suggested conditions be applied in the event of a positive outcome. Members will be aware that our development plan comprises Falkirk Local Development Plan 2 and National Planning Framework 4. MPF 4 Rural Housing Policy 17 is explicit in the range of circumstances where rural housing development will be supported. In this particular case, the application does not meet any of the circumstances set out by MPF 4 Policy 17. This is despite the development being an infill development which is supported by LDP2 policy, HC05, and our supplementary guidance, SG01. Taking a balanced and reasonable view in relation to the planning history of this site, its character and presentation as an infill site, noting the degree of change in new housing development which is surrounding, and the steps the applicant has taken to address the concerns of the roads development unit, the application is recommended for approval on balance, and this is subject to conclusion of a legal agreement and the conditions which are set out at section 9 of your report. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Julie. Because we have the first deputation, please, which is Roderick Graham and Dr. Nicola Howland. Okay. So you can either have split the time or you've got 10 minutes between you to give your deputation. It's up to yourselves how you decide to do that. And you've got 10 minutes for now.
Thank you. My name is Roderick Graham and this is Dr. Nikki Howland. And we are representing the residents of Hillcrest Square to object to the proposals of these 4 dwellings. As Julie just mentioned, the 3 bungalows which were granted planning permission were only granted planning permission with a road going into Hillcrest Square. The original plans for the 3 bungalows was rejected because they were going directly onto Shield Hill Road. So the only way that was actually approved was by a road into Hillcrest Square. Obviously, that's now lapsed. And a year ago, we came here to discuss this on the previous application by the current developer when we were successful in having it refused, and that was due to the access onto Shield Hill Road. Since then, obviously the Persimmon housing development adjacent to the proposed site was approved, and it has access road only through Hillcrest Square. If the council and the roads department continue to do the refusals for access direct onto Shield Hill Road, why would you want to do this for these 4 houses? The facts are no different. In fact, the road is even busier than it's ever been before, and the same safety issues still apply. The visibility, as mentioned by Julie and everybody else, including the roads department, shows the one access. However, human nature is that visitors will not go into that road as shown on the screen. They will actually go via the road or into Hillcrest Square. So you did a council visit on Monday. Your minibus didn't park on Shield Hill Road outside the proposed area. You parked it in Hillcrest Road. Was that because the Shield Hill Road was too busy? Or was it just more convenient to park it in Hillcrest at the junction, where it is now a busy junction due to all the Persimmon houses? So when you look at the Persimmon development now, we have up to 200 cars potentially using that junction, because that's how many cars there are in Persimmon development, Hillcrest Square, and the new 4 houses of Hillcrest Square. The new proposal also has a fence which is going to come down at 1.2 metres where the exit's going to be. Now, I've asked, thank you. Gemma has put up a picture. So that is a recent flooding in December last year, right outside the exit. And that after the rain has passed, but that was a huge downpour, and that's where we're getting flooding, not the flooding which is a little bit further up the road where the farmer's field, and you get bad flooding there. And that is noted by the roads department about these flooding places. But this is due to the fact that the car park, which was being used as a car park and storage, that got stopped in October last year and was just purely storage. And that is just a runoff from the soil and the way it's been left. When you put in 4 houses, including the permeable block, monoblock, this will exacerbate the issues coming onto the road, on the road there. Now, Falkirk Council unit has raised concerns about this, as was just been discussed, and with the traffic increase, especially coming out of Hillcrest, coming up to Shield Hill, there is a real issue of cars speeding out of Reading Muirhead. Again, this is a known issue, and if you could just move the picture up, Gemma. You can just come down. Sorry, I apologise. It's the second one on the right. There has been discussions. There's been no road accidents on this road. But the right-hand one is showing you, just as you turn out of Reading Muirhead, where there's a little kick to come up the hill, there was an accident there in January this year, which of somebody of obviously great speed came through, crashed through the front of the fence and took down the BT telegraph pole. In fact, chopped it in half. So that must have been at some considerable speed to be able to do that. So that was one major, because that had obviously the police, ambulance and fire out to that. Cedarwood developments also seem to have an issue with the road, because when you roads department were doing the strip testing of the volume of cars and the speed, they erected 3 grey barriers right outside opposite where their development is. No other markings, no other signs for it, and that was put on the first day of the trial by the roads department. Now, as we know, Shield Hill Road only has a single pavement going up from Reading Muirhead up to Shield Hill. And obviously we've got increased children traffic now and other people from the new Persimmon estate, because there is a new, as you would have seen, a new little slip road exiting there. And in particular, you have the access, especially when there's going to be building work, of children coming to school and pedestrians, which does happen all the time. The new drawing, in our opinion, does not address the issue of visitor parking. You're not going to get visitors going to park in that little section they've got. That is just now going to have a larger driveway, smaller garden at the back, which we'll come to as well later on. As a point of reference, the planning department did visit the site, and as I've just discussed, parked in Hillcrest Square and not on the Shield Hill Road. Was that because of safety? The boundaries and topography have totally changed now after the Simeon used it as a temporary car park, put the hardcore down, which they've now removed and relayed with soil. But obviously there's still some scaffolding left, which they need to take away at some stage. So the ground there is not of the right nature now. It is just soil which has been moved around. But also we have no, and still have no proper elevations and land levels. Unlike when the bungalow was done in 2018, which had the correct land levels and showing the height of the houses, etc. These are not really on the Cedarwood developments. When you look at the 4 houses now, with this new proposed 1 exit road coming in, they have now moved the houses back nearly 6 metres. Those 6 metres now are against the Falkirk Council guidelines of an 18-metre distance from habitable window to habitable window. These plans were submitted in November 25. So from behind number 1, there's only a 16-metre gap to the house. From Hillcrest number 2, there is 16.5 metres. And from number 3, there is 10.5 metre gap. So that's the 6 metres which they're proposing of their fences to the windows. On every planning application put in by Cedarwood Development, there is no knowledge, or no applicant's knowledge and agreement that there is a development which was the extension to number 3. And that number 3 goes right to 4.5 metres from the fence. And that will mean that plots 1, 2 and 3 of the new development are all less than 18 metres. As I said, house number 2, you've only got 10.5, but plots 1 and 3 are less than 18 metres from window to window. And this is their main room. And this is also in planning guidance SGO3, which stipulates new developments should not cause overshadowing, loss of light, or privacy to existing residential properties. And these new houses will cause that, especially with only 10.5 metres, 16 metres. Some of the points which were put in by Cedarwood Development was that Reading Muirhead and Wallerstone Community Council hadn't put an objection in. Unfortunately, that is incorrect. They have. Cedarwood Development also states there have been no accidents in Shield Hill Road, which I've already just mentioned. And so what I'm trying to explain is, could you just bring the screen up, please, Gemma?
You have a minute and a half left.
Thank you. You can see the topography has totally changed there, which you've seen. So in conclusion, this planning application should be refused due to the local development plan 2 being non-compliance, the national framework and various other Falkirk councils being non-compliance, specifically the 18-metre distance from habitable windows to habitable windows, the overshadowing issues, loss of light and privacy. Furthermore, the proposed development for 4 houses with direct access to Shield Hill Road still raises serious concerns due to the fact that there is a lot of speeding on that road, and this is daily, and they come up from Reading Muirhead to Shield Hill, and you cannot see as you're coming out from these new properties. It's hard enough from Hillcrest Square, which has got quite good views. So in that, you already refused it because of safety issues, and in this case, we really feel this should be continued to be refused. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions to the deputation, Councillor Spears?
Sorry, I didn't catch your names.
Roderick. Oh, just say Rod.
I've got some questions for our planning department, but that'll be after this.
Okay, thank you.
I was surprised to see on a slope the level of flooding, and I know the area very well. I used to live in Shield Hill, so is this constant?
Yes.
There's a dip in the road, and it is collecting in the dip in the road.
The entrance.
So you
that's the entrance now to where I think exit's been spray painted on. That's where the exit is.
Well, that needs to be taken up by the roads department. I spent most of my life taking things up with the roads department.
I can only show you what we saw.
I'm familiar with it, and the one pavement. Do the school children for Shield Hill walk to Brace High?
A lot of them do. They're not. They do have a bus from the far end of Shield Hill, but there are a lot of children who walk. Also, all of those from Belmont Drive and that area walk. And now from the new Persimmon estate, they come out onto the pavement and walk down.
And then you have the coaches stopping a little bit further up Belmont, and they come off the bus there to walk into either the new development or into existing houses.
And you just get a higher snow level than the rest of us in Grangemouth and the low-lying parts. So that is really concerning that road and the condition of the road looked particularly bad.
Yes, and we also have issues when you're going into Hillcrest Square. If you have any vehicles, and it has because it's now busy now, you sometimes stuck in Shield Hill Road. So you've got the issues of people coming both ways, and you're thinking.
So this is a question I'm also going to ask our planning people. Is it a private driveway? Private? Or has it been adopted by the council?
It's adopted by the council. So you've got the original Hillcrest Square, the new 4 houses, which are classed as Hillcrest Square, and then the new, is it Muirhead Avenue? Middlerig Avenue, and then.
So that's the driveway that's subject to constant flooding.
No,
it's Shield Hill Road.
Shield Hill Road.
The main road.
That's where the driveway, the exit for the proposed houses, is going to come out right where that puddle forms.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions to the deputation? No? Okay. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Retake your seat. And the next deputation is Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. As the councillor for the Lower Braes and the councillor for this area, who also lives in the Upper Braes, I drive this road most days of the week, so I'm very familiar with it, and I can assure Councillor Spears that flooding is a common problem since the Hillcrest development, and it's largely because of runoff from the Hillcrest development. And it's not a problem that our roads colleagues can resolve, because it's about the fact that the water is running off. I drive down this road, as I say, very, very frequently. And being a good law-abiding citizen, I stay within the speed limit. That is not true of others. I'm regularly overtaken by other drivers on that stretch of the road where it should be 40 miles an hour. As has already been highlighted, there are dozens, if not hundreds, of children and young people who walk down the Shield Hill Road to the schools, and they are at risk. Now, Roderick mentioned that there's only a single pavement. Actually, it's not a continuous pavement all the way. There are points at which children and young people have to cross the road once you get down into Reading Muirhead. So it is a very, very risky road. As a councillor, I have on numerous occasions had cause to raise issues about the speeding on that road with our roads colleagues, so far without a great deal of success, but I'm still working on it. There is a huge amount of speeding. People have been recorded at 60 to 90 miles an hour on that stretch of road in the past. It's an issue that since I became a councillor in 2022, I have had concerns raised with me by people who live locally. I've had concerns raised with me by the local community council. I keep on raising those concerns, and I'm still going to be working on it probably when I finish being a councillor and go to my grave. Which I hope isn't too soon. I think from a health and safety point of view, it is really important that this committee does not approve this planning permission. I think it's important to remember, originally, this was green belt. This was originally countryside. And originally, the first permission that was given was for 20 houses. There are now over 90 houses. Now, over 90 houses means you're talking about roughly 200 cars coming onto the Shield Hill Road from that area. And here we're talking about a further 18 cars coming onto the Shield Hill Road from that area. That is a significant increase in traffic on what is already a very busy road, and what is a road that is the main route for children and young people to walk to school. I do not think that this development should be approved. And I don't think that the changes that have been made by the developer are sufficient to do away with the concerns that have been raised by people locally and that Julie has already referred to.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Anna. Councillor Spears.
Described very well the reason why we like our kids to get the bus to school to bus. I'm concerned when you said this pavement isn't complete, so there's parts where they have to walk on the road, or is it mud track, or?
Yeah.
Sorry, that was my fault. I switched it off earlier on. It's not a continuous, I didn't say it wasn't completed. It's a non-continuous pavement. As you get into Reading Muirhead, children have to cross the road.
I thought there was such a thing as safe routes to school, and this was all evaluated when they wanted them to start walking to school.
I think that parents and councillors have had some dispute with our colleagues about what is and is not a safe route to school. It is my view, and Gary will back me up on the fact that I have on numerous occasions met with him to discuss this route and my concerns about this route. There is pavement down one side, and then it stops, and it's necessary for children to cross the road and go on a pavement on the other side. And when you've got cars doing excessive speeds down there, it is a problem. I would also back up what was said earlier on and what Councillor Anslow said about accidents. We should not be waiting until someone is injured before we make decisions to keep things safe.
There was mentioned also the green belt and the local development plan. I'll not give you a rendition of the Brazen Shield Hill, maybe later. But I'm absolutely surprised that the infrastructure's not there and they want to develop. I mean, lack of pavements is a basic need. Okay, thank you. I'll ask further questions to the officers. All right.
Any further questions? No, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just one. Councillor Hannah, you mentioned that this would lead to an additional 18 cars going on to Shield Hill Road. How do you come to that calculation?
Well, there, as was said earlier on, there are 18 parking spaces, so it could be up to 18 cars that would be in there. What I didn't also add is that it's unlikely that delivery vans and so on will actually go in there. They're more likely to park on the Shield Hill Road, which is also going to be dangerous.
Okay, thank you.
It may not be 18, but there are 18 parking places.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get to the correlation that an additional 18 cars.
Well,
because
four
that
houses.
That would equate to 4.5 cars per household.
Yeah.
And I think that is beyond comparison, if I'm honest.
Sorry, I apologise. There are 18 parking places. One of the issues is, of course, and it's an issue across the whole of the Falkirk Council area, is that people have a lot more cars than they used to have. And that is a big issue.
Okay. Any other further questions? No. Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Can we now have the agents for the application, Mr. Rinkus and Mr. Gallagher? Okay, good afternoon, gents. Who's who?
Good Gallagher, I'm with Cedarwood Developments.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Brinkus, so I'm from Connected Transport Planning, transport consultant that's providing some assistance on this project.
Yes, thank you very much. You have 10 minutes between you to speak to the application. And if you want to start now, fine.
Cedarwood Developments is a small, locally focused house builder that invests exclusively within the Falkirk Council area. We're committed to supporting the local economy.
So you put a wee bit into it.
Sorry. Cedarwood Developments is a small, locally focused house builder that invests exclusively within the Falkirk Council area. We're committed to supporting the local economy by employing local tradespeople and delivering high quality, affordable homes. As with all our developments, we also contribute and support Falkirk Council services by way of developer contributions. Cedarwood Development has recently completed 4 homes to the east of the proposed site, which was supported at the planning committee stage. The application before you relates to a site that previously benefited from planning permission for housing. With the completion of the neighbouring development by Persimmon Homes to the west, the site now represents a natural and logical opportunity to complete a gap site. A proposal for 4 family homes would effectively then fill the gap and contribute positively to the established area. In terms of context, we believe it's important to recognise how the character of the location has evolved. Following recent developments, including that of Hillcrest Square, the site is now surrounded by residential properties. As such, it should be considered as part of an established residential setting rather than rural land. The visual evidence submitted to planning demonstrate how the landscape has changed significantly since the recent developments have been completed. Turning to transport and road safety considerations, we've carefully reviewed feedback from the Roads Department and taken proactive steps to address these matters. A detailed transport assessment has been undertaken and the site layout has been refined. Notably, we've proposed a single point of access positioned adjacent to the site access Persimmon Homes were granted as part of their development works. We've also incorporated more than additional visitor parking provision beyond the required standard, helping minimise or reduce any potential on-street parking. To further support our position, we commissioned a 7-day traffic survey which recorded 4,249 vehicle movements. The average speed recorded in both directions was compliant with the speed limit. Importantly, there has been no road traffic accidents at this stretch of road either. Gemma, could you put the plan on that I sent on the 5th of May at 1:52, please? The email. It's the one with the overlay of the 4 houses. Sent on the 5th of May at 13:52. It kind of refers to that. Send it again. Yeah, that's it. Plan on screen shows an overlay of our site and an entrance adjacent to the previously used Persimmon site access, which accommodated significantly higher levels of activity, including frequent access by heavy good vehicles, plant machinery, and delivery traffic over a 3-year period without any incidents. By comparison, our completed development would generate a modest level of traffic, approximately 8 resident vehicles, which would have negligible impact on the existing road network compared to the 30 to 40 worker vehicles and numerous delivery trucks on a daily basis. We would also highlight that the presence of additional residential accesses can naturally encourage lower vehicle speeds as drivers become more aware of a residential environment. Effectively, Persimmon Homes access over a 3-year period shows access isn't an issue at this point in the road. Finally, as a positive and forward-looking measure, we did suggest to the Roads Department that consideration be given to introducing a 30 miles per hour speed limit along this stretch of road. This would align with similar measures elsewhere in the Falkirk area as speed limits are being reduced in residential areas, and these further enhance road safety for all users. This stretch of road meets the criteria to reduce speed limit. In summary, we believe the proposal represents a small-scale, well-designed and sustainable development that completes the existing residential area, supports local housing delivery, and has carefully been refined to address all relevant concerns, which is why the planning offer is supportive. I will now hand over to Mark, who will provide further details on the transport and road safety aspect.
Yeah, thank you, David. So David covered quite a few points there. I guess our sort of primary issue in this application is relating to the roads comments made regarding the visibility, which Julie highlighted in the report there. So I think what I would say is from a transport perspective, and as a local Falkirk resident, our business is based in Falkirk as well, so we know the area pretty well as well. This is the transport perspective, this is a curious but no uncommon issue, fundamentally relating to the design layout of an old road that has been pointed out by a number of people presenting today. It's been subject to extensive changes over time in many years. And this includes a lot of adjacent development that's potentially been squeezed in. I'll name it the Persimmon site, because there's obviously questions being raised on how well the adjacent Persimmon site is actually connected back into Shield Hill. Some fundamental questions there. But there's no doubt about it. As things have been going on, the road's been subject to many changes as it happens, and these 4 units represent one other change that's been suggested. Fundamentally, the design process that we follow needs to consider many variables, specifically local context, and that's pretty important. And a sense of proportion when it comes to roads design is pretty important. The guidance being used by the roads team that's looked at the visibility issue to the left, which is the main roads issue that we're facing with the site, does acknowledge that the local context needs to be considered in the design process. But it's important to note as well that the guidance is exactly that. It's guidance. It's not an exact science. It's not a rule, because there's no way you can design these things to be absolute. It's only ever guidance. So some of the points that we would sort of highlight that need to be considered in that local context, I've sort of listed as follows, which is ultimately the developmental layout complies with just about all the design standards that's required. So again, alignment with that guidance is pretty much met, with the exception of one of the visibilities. And that includes the provision of adequate east and west visibility for drivers. So that's the primary indicator of safety for drivers accessing and egress in the potential site. As David mentioned, it would be completing a gap site. 4 units is unlikely to generate a significant number of trips. That was mentioned by one of the previous objectors, and it was challenged. We agree with that. It's going to be a low level of trip occurrence. So again, thinking about that in a local context, you've got the design guidance, what should be there, and the number of people that will be exposed to that risk. The primary concern that has been raised relates to visibility to the left for traffic travelling westbound. And I'll not get into the details of it, but ultimately the disparity is whether you can see a cat or a child at the right distance. And from our site, we can see the child height. Okay, there's a risk that you might not see the cat height if you were going excessively quickly, but ultimately a child is completely visible. So again, looking at it in the round, we don't see an issue with the visibility there. The road's been in situ since 1940s odds. Number of new developments have added considerably to the site. It's operated for a number of years. As David mentions, it's carrying 4,200 vehicles in total. That's a very, very low traffic flow net relative to its actual design capacity. So I know the perspective for a local context is that's a busy road, but the reality is, in terms of what it's capable of carrying, it's actually quite small. That equates to only 2,000 odd vehicles travelling in the westbound direction. Skipping through some of these other things, the guidance is also based on the guidance that's been quoted, that's been used by the roads team, is also based on its origins are in the 1970s. And there's another element here that we've got to be, again, this sense of perspective that unless we're all driving Ford Cortinas, then stop and sight distances and the required visibilities that's quoted for that guidance also needs to be considered in the round. And I appreciate it's the best we've got, which is why we're having to use it. But ultimately, what we can achieve in that left visibility is about 87 metres, and the sort of required standard to make it so there wasn't really an issue is 90. If we considered a departure there. So that was really a shortfall, about 3 metres, which is, in the big circle of things, local context, relatively minor as well. And as David mentioned earlier as well, one of the things we've offered as part of the design approach, recognising that we are champions of active travel path design and walking and cycling and safer schools through connections, there are fundamental issues here. And if you, Gemma, if you wouldn't mind sticking the little plan back up, that just shows a very simple summary of the site. What we're going to be putting in is an access that's already next to the existing temporary access for the Persimmon site that's operated with 50 odd vehicles a day coming in and out with, again, no known issues that's there. And it also highlights on that little plan the relationship between the existing 30 mile an hour zones and the speed limit of the road, which looks completely wrong that the road is still at a 40. Because again, if it's trapped between all these shaded areas and 30s, you would think that there should be a sensible proposal here to put a speed limit reduction in to tie the Persimmon site back into the Shield Hill, which would seem to me like something that should have happened as part of the Persimmon development application. So we've certainly put forward what we think is a strong argument as part of this application to have that speed limit adjusted. I'm actually just going to draw a line under it where we are just now. So that's I think I've got to add.
Councillor Spears.
Sorry to interrupt. Is Councillor Spears speaking? It's not picking up his microphone.
Oh, yeah. That's on now. You start again if you like, if you don't mind. It's on now. It's on now. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll repeat all I said. No, yeah, thanks very much for your overviews. It's very, very much appreciated. If you've heard my previously comments, try to look at a postage stamp plan is. You said that this is the access roads, right? I'll cut to the chase. You say it's not an exact science, and some of the regulation was 1970, but we have a local development plan that's much later than that. So are you calling criticism on the local development plan? And believe me, I will not be offended.
Absolutely not, no. So there are multiple technical guidance documents that sit tiered underneath the plans. Those are essentially the instruction manuals that engineers use to work out what things need to fit in, what things will work, what don't. The standards that we use, there are different ones. There's a design and street standard, which is applicable for 30 mile an hour urban areas, more rural residential, more urban residential. And then there's a gap. And where the gap is anything above 30, what tends to happen is most councils fill that in using the national design standard, which is called the Design Manual for Roads and Bridges. And that's the standard that's been kicked around since 1970s, 60s. That standard is actually applicable to trunk road design. So you've got this massive gulf. You've got pretty modern Transport Scotland based local, more refined instruction for urban style schemes. And then the sledgehammer trunk road design that's more appropriate for motorways. There's nothing in between the two. So in this instance, because the speed limit of the road's 40, we're using the sledgehammer model, which is then itself recognises that it's no exact, because whilst it says you should achieve to do this, it then says, but you could do lesser here or lesser here or lesser here if these sets of criteria are met. And in that instance, we can actually achieve one of those criteria just about.
Thank you. That was a complete education
right
on the roads.
Yeah, but I'm still learning as well. So
yeah, well, you come across great. So it's still at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah.
On a safe route to school.
Yeah. Between two
it's only partially paved in a winter location downhill that floods. Based on a 1970s projection or whatever was then. I think we have further questions for our roads officers. You're looking at the plan of the housing itself. The one that's furthest east appears to be the only one with a garden. Do the other three houses have a garden?
All of them have rear gardens and the other small section in the front. What we've tried to do in terms of obviously the previous comments and times it was at committee, there was concerns that, for instance, visitors, there wasn't enough visitor spaces. So what we did was we put in as many visitor spaces as we could possibly take. I think for development of 4 houses, you only really need 2 visitor spaces by the guidance, but we've upped that because obviously we recognise nobody's going to park on Shield Hill Road because obviously it's kind of a through road.
And as this particular site has a separate access that goes in, no, the main access that's going into the scheme that's behind it.
Yeah, so it's right. So our access is right beside where Persimmon had their access.
The western house.
Yeah, so it's right beside that had all the construction traffic to develop that full site. So it had workers' vehicles, delivery trucks, plant equipment coming in and out. No, if you're looking for a test case for is this acceptable area to have an entrance, well, a 3-year development of like a housing development with no incidents. So that's a pretty good test case.
I'm back to my catch-22 assessment, but thanks very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, that's it. It's all right. Okay. No other questions to the deputation? Okay. Thanks, guys, for your trouble. Yep. Okay. Can we go back to our flying officer, Julie?
Thank you, Convener. Just to ask Gemma for a point of clarification, if she could put the proposed site plan back up. We showed it earlier in the presentation, but just so that we can be clear about the level of garden ground that's to be provided for these properties. So the areas that are green are garden for the proposed houses. You can see that west to east, all of the plots have got, as the applicant stated, large rear gardens and a small area at the front. The most easterly plot has a rear garden and a side garden with a larger garden area at the front. Hopefully that assists. In terms of making some conclusions, I think I'm going to pass over to the roads colleagues in a second, but it's just to say that, you know, all the issues that have been raised today, they're all valid. They've all been robustly considered, and we've taken some time with this application, but at the end of it, really it's a balanced view that we've tried to take. It's a gap site. It's the last piece of the jigsaw, so to speak, and what we would call the Tappernail Farm development, which echoes back to our local development plan 1, where it became as a package with the larger persimmon sites and other development by this applicant. So I'll pass over to the Roads Development Unit, who can perhaps conclude. One last thing I wanted to mention was the objector made comment in relation to the minibus and why did they park off the road. We came in a minibus so that it was small enough to go into the sites, and we do go into the sites where that's possible. We did for all of the other sites that we visited that morning. Those that were on the site visit will note it wasn't possible to drive into that site, and we parked in the safest place that we felt. So I just wanted to make that point. If I can maybe hand over to Gary.
Okay, Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I think Julie's obviously touched on a lot of pertinent points, as I have the deputies and some of the elected members providing some of the questions in that sense. So a bit of an overview for us, and then I can answer any questions thereafter. So first of all, we are content with the parking within the new development. In terms of the visibility, that is obviously our primary concern. So and Mr. Rinkus has made some comments on it in terms of it's old guidance. It's 1970. It's taken from the 1970s. However, it is a standard. It's a national standard that's utilised by a number of local authorities and organisations such as Transport Scotland. So the CD 109 within the design manual for roads and bridges states that we would require 120 metres a stop and sight distance within for this junction to the east. And as Mr. Rinkus has confirmed, they can only get 87 metres. He did highlight that the 90 metres, but however that is one step below a kind of desirable minimum. So we would request in any other development in Falkirk Council 120 metres for a similar junction set out. In terms of the speed limit, so there was a query there on the speed limit. Obviously at the moment it's 40 miles per hour. There was a request from the applicant and their agent to look at that speed limit review and determine that should be, I think there was comment to state it would be appropriate to be 30 miles per hour. I would be hastened to disagree with that. We set our speed limits in line with setting local speed limits, a local circular, and some of the primary criteria for a 30 miles per hour speed limit is a number of residential frontage, of which there is 0 to little in that stretch. In terms of Councillor Hannah's comments, I can confirm she has been on at me numerous times about that area, and probably just, as I've stated to Councillor Hannah in the past, referring back to our road safety plan, I totally agree with the sentiment that we can't wait on accidents to be proactive. We can't just be reactive. We need to be proactive, and that's why when I came to executive in May last year with an updated road safety plan, it did take into account local knowledge, and it took into account average speeds in that area as well. Obviously, as which the 2025 traffic survey for this area has stated 36 miles per hour, but we are aware of a number of local concerns. There are 0 personal injury accidents in this area in the last 10 years, which we have from Stats 19 from Police Scotland. And I think the only other point that I could probably make comment on without being asked any specific questions is just the flooding. I'll be honest with you, that's the first time I've seen that. It looks like surface water flooding. We are aware on that B810 that there are a number of areas where Scottish Water infrastructure does not hold anything over than a 30-year storm. So potentially that is an aspect, but potentially it could be a block gully. I would need to go away and look at that, investigate that. And I'm happy to take any further questions, Convener.
Okay, thanks very much, Gary. Will you continue anything there, Julie?
Nothing further to add, Convener.
Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Thanks for that drawing you put up, which showed the layout of the houses. It would have been handy if we'd had it in our agendas. It didn't show the access and the access roads from Shield Hill Road going into it. Do we have an update?
The drawing that we've seen shows the access into the site. We can perhaps pull it up again. Gemma, I don't know if you're able to pull that plan up. And just to point out that there are links in the reports that are circulated that takes you to all of the plans for items that are before you, and we obviously have plans on the day that we can display. So
okay,
if you
can you highlight the access?
If you zoom in, Gemma, if you could slightly towards the bottom. So if you zoom in a bit and then scroll down, and then scroll down. If you can push the drawing further up, that's enough, and then just push it further up. There you go. So if you just wait a wee second, let it catch up on itself. There you go. So you can see Shield Hill Road. The purple area is the existing footpath onto Shield Hill Road. And just above where the black icons are, you can see the access into the site. Those members that were out in the site visit will note that the applicant had actually sprayed on the fence that's surrounding the site, the actual location of the vehicular access in, but you can see it's just to the far west there, coming off of Shield Hill Road.
So they'll all have individual accesses off Shield Hill Road?
No, it's one access to serve all 4 properties.
Would you put a pointer to it then? Here?
Yeah. The left, Gemma, there, that's the access into all 4 properties.
And the access into the rear of the properties?
There's no access to the rear.
But there was car parking spaces, I think.
There's, no, there's not.
If you shrink it.
So you can see all the parking is accessed from the front. The grey area is the shared surface. The terracotta colour is residents parking, and the yellow ochre is for visitors parking. The level of visitors parking that's shown goes over and above what was required.
Okay, thank you. And to ask our officer at Roads about continuing with the 40 mile per hour speed limit. Does that meet with our safe routes to school legislation?
Through yourself, Convener, Councillor Spears, do you mean in terms of from that property down the 40 mile an hour limit to the high school? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, I would really like to know for Shield Hill to the school, because that's the route the kids will be walking.
So obviously we need to take into account this planning application, which is not in Shield Hill, obviously. So if you're asking from this development, there is a continuous pavement in the 40 mile per hour section. It is within the 30 mile per hour section that there isn't a continuous pavement. There are areas on both sides of the road where the footway stops and people's property goes out right to the curb line. Obviously, this has been a historic issue that has happened, obviously, due to planning over the years. But so I can't really take cognizance of that fact. But what I can say is that we are currently working with our education colleagues to look at school road safety and safe routes to school after the they kind of rejected proposals at the budget in March there, which include this section.
So you're saying you can't look at safe routes to school where there's a 40-mile limit and no pavements and flooding, which kids will be walking twice a day?
Through yourself, Convener, I don't really think you're probably putting words in my mouth there, Councillor Spear. I didn't say that I can't look at safe routes to school. What I'm saying is that at this moment in time, the certain routes have been deemed safe routes to school, and there was an option there that our education college put forward in the March budget to look at that section. But in terms of this plan application, there is a route and a continuous footway on the 40 miles per hour section that then follows into an area which doesn't have a continuous footway down in B810 at Redmuirhead.
Right. Thank you. I think we need to speak to somebody in education.
Well, I think that's in a different subject. I probably agree with you on it. Councillor Forrest.
Thank you. It's just a couple of wee bits of clarification about what was said earlier by Roderick. Firstly, the Reading Muirhead and Wollaston Community Council did not make comment on this application, and he said that that was incorrect. Is it because it was maybe late or something?
I received communication from a community councillor making comment on an application, but I did not receive a comment on the application which formally stated that it was from the community council.
Thank you. And the other thing was the distance from the existing houses windows to the back of the new houses was less than the required 18 metres.
Thank you. That's a really good question. So the proposed houses vary to the mutual boundary. It's between 10 metres to the mutual boundary to 5 metres as you travel eastward. The rear gardens of the houses to the rear also varies. You've got everything from 10 metres to 14 metres. And as mentioned by the objectors, we do have development in those rear garden areas as well. I think what the objector is referring to is Supplementary Guidance Note SG03 on residential extensions and alterations. So that's a guidance note that we would refer to when we are considering the suitability of house extensions and alterations, as it describes. And it does talk about privacy issues, and it talks about window-to-window distances. It's not as simple as saying everything should be at least 18 metres, and that's not what the guidance says. It depends on the angle, the height of development, and it also depends on what those windows are. So in this particular case, the proposed development sits approximately a metre lower than those houses to the rear. So they sit down and nestle into the site. There's an existing 1.8 metre high boundary treatment to the rear. So most of the ground floor windows of those properties are going to be screened. And those are the more habitable rooms, so your kitchens and living areas. There are upper bedroom windows. However, those are at varying angles to existing houses. We've considered that quite carefully, and as you'll appreciate, Councillor, that's quite a technical assessment to look at all those angles and heights. And our conclusions are that there wouldn't be a significant impact on privacy. And I think that's reflective of the development when the applicant showed you the development that's gone around the other properties there, both to the west and the east. You've got a similar setup whereby upper bedroom windows, there may be a bit of degree of overlooking, but it was not considered to be significant.
Yes. Thank you. We have come across that one in the past, haven't we? So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions? No. Okay. So can we move on to discussion on the merits of the application? Anyone? No? Oh, sorry. Councillor Spears.
No, I see that the recommendation is mine to grant. I'd like to put an amendment in. Is that okay to take that just now?
Yeah.
As I said earlier, it's about a catch-22 situation. I understand the desire for new housing always paramount in my mind is safety of children, especially going to school and walking to school. We don't know what future budgets hold, and they might bring back trying to make them walk to school and not get school buses, and that's concerning. So I would move for a continuation until the definition of safe routes to school and flooding and lack of pavements are established on Shield Hill Road, especially adjacent to this development, by our education department, and I would imagine in consultation with our roads department.
Okay. Whether that's actually a material, for us, a material problem, I'll ask Mr. Henderson for his advice on that.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Spears, can I just clarify again? I think you had sought a continuation. I think you had said until definition, but it was for further information from officers, I would expect, on safe routes to school. And you mentioned flooding.
Continuation until definition of safe route to school, flooding and lack of pavements are established by Education Department in consultation with our roads department.
Sorry, Councillor, yeah, certainly.
Thanks, Convener. It's just a short point of order, and I wonder if I could seek guidance from Mr. Henderson on this. The merit of the continuation is based on an understanding that we don't currently have a definition of safe routes to schools. My understanding of the situation is that there is national guidance and a clear definition on safe routes to schools, in which transport planning defines home to school transport distances, and that is currently a matter of our policy. But I wonder if there's any, because I don't think in moving this motion, I don't believe it is competent. So I wonder if Mr. Henderson could perhaps give us some guidance on that.
No, thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Sinclair. I think my view of this is I'm just wondering about the relevance of the definition. I do wonder if what Councillor Spears is maybe looking for is some further information from officers in relation to issues around safe routes to school, flooding, and the issue of pavements. And perhaps that information could be provided via the officers in planning in liaison with officers in the education department. I tend to agree. I think just purely the definition may be difficult in terms of the competency point. I think in terms of just a request for further information could be competent. Thank you, Convener.
Mr. Woodley.
Thank you, Convener. I think again, there's quite a few things mentioned in the questions here, and we have to distinguish as a planning committee between what's in front of committee and what's reasonable regarding this development and any wider links along the corridor that's out with this development, albeit they're related. And
just a wee minute, let him finish first, Nick.
And I think we have to be very careful about competency, obviously. I'm aware that Matthew Orr's on the call as well, who may be able to give us a view in terms of the safe routes thing, if there's more definition needed as to clarification on the definition of that. Mr. McGregor did say something on that. I'm also aware that the case officer probably wants to come in as well regarding the competency as well, Convener.
Okay, so Julie, you want to come in and then...
Thank you. Yeah, I think it would be pertinent to bring Matthew in. Just 2 points. We've not said it's a safe route to school. There are routes to school there. That has been considered as part of this application. It's acknowledged in the discussion today. Many children are using those routes at the moment. The second thing about the flooding, obviously Gary said he's going to investigate that further, but this application came forward with information on flooding and drainage, and I'm sure Gary can comment more on it. This has been carefully considered as part of the proposed development, and likewise with any subsequent building warrant applications, again drainage was going to be very carefully looked at.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think probably we'll go to Gary to help your decision on that. Or Matthew, which of you are going to speak to that?
It'll be myself, convener. Thank you. So I was involved in the safe routes to school side of things. I don't, in terms of a definition, I can't give a specific definition, but what I can give is a conclusion on the questions that are asked within a safe routes to school assessment that has been carried out for Shield Hill to Braes High, that I've managed to find. So, is there a continuous adequate footway, and is the footway suitable? So the footpath is suitable for walking along the entire route from Shield Hill to Braes High School. There are some repairs required due to uneven surfaces, but they do not impede progress or affect route availability. There was one section that was less than 1 metre width. There are obviously various road crossings to get across at junctions, but in view overall, in terms of step-offs, in terms of considerations that will impact the assessment outcome, the route from Shield Hill to Braes High School that currently is there has been assessed as a safe route to school, and that was put forward as part of the discretionary route transport routes back in March at the budget time. So there is a route there. There is obviously a bus that goes from Shield Hill to Braes High School at this moment in time, the 142. But that, from the assessment that was carried out in November 2025, the route from Shield Hill to Braes High School is considered to be a safe route to school with a footpath on the northern side of the B810. And in terms of flooding, like I said, we need to probably just be careful in terms of the definition of flooding. There is obviously minor surface water flooding at that development from that photo that was shown. However, it's not an area that we are familiar with as a major flooding hotspot, and it potentially could be something as like a block gully.
Thank you, Gary. Councillor Spears.
Under no circumstances do I wish it to become a hotspot, but we need to be consistent in our approach. If Glasgow Road at 30 miles an hour was deemed too busy for cars, but a 40 mile an hour road is not too busy and the speed's low enough for kids going to school and it is deemed a safe route to school, it's amazing. But I am very willing to work with Mr. Henderson so we can get a form of words. What we're asking for here is a continuation, because whilst I appreciate we need houses, we also need the safety of the surrounding area and for the people who may buy these houses and their children.
Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Spears. I've just been advised by my colleague, Richard Broadley, that I think the officer confirms that there possibly isn't any additional information that would arise from what's been explained at the meeting. I'm in your hands at the moment. I think I would, if you were wishing to move the continuation, it would be, I think, not definition, but more information on perhaps road safety, safe routes to school, flooding and lack of pavements, and that would be provided by officers. I would also just make the point that the agenda for the next planning committee, I think, is completed either today or tomorrow. So I would just defer to colleagues, but I would perhaps think that the next meeting that this would come to would be the August committee meeting.
Well, I'm more than willing to take the words of the local member who clearly described the condition of the road, the pavements, the flooding. That's why she's here today. That's why she joined the deputation, to make us aware of the condition and the concerns.
So no, thank you, Councillor Spears. As I say, if I'm in your hands in terms of whether you want to progress with the motion, which would be a procedural motion and would obviously require a seconder. I would perhaps, just as I mentioned, adjust the wording for provision of additional information from officers in relation to road safety, safe routes to school, flooding and lack of pavement. And that would be by planning officers and liaison with, I would have thought, roads officers and officers in education. So I think if we take that as I'll try to speak more loudly. If we take that as a motion and a procedural motion for a continuation,
Go through the process of
then it's in the hands of the committee. It's available for a member to second that. If there is no seconder, then as per standing orders, it would be as if the motion had not been made. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Spears. Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, convener. Can I just ask on the point of determination about the scales on this particular application, and particularly when you mentioned that we'll be looking at potentially August, what was the deadlines originally for this particular application?
Thank you. Okay. Okay, we have a motion.
Sorry, can I get an answer to that?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Try it again.
What are they expected? What is the deadline for determination for this application in terms of would it require an extension? When is it expected to be determined by?
Would that be Richard? Oh, Julie?
Just checking.
Thank you. So this application was validated on the 17th of March 2005. Our target determination, 2025, our target determination date for this application was May last year.
And has there been an agreement? I take it then that means it can't be sort of called in for non-determination if it's gone well beyond that then?
Yeah, we've gone beyond any timescales where there would be recourse for an appeal against non-determination. We've been relatively happy working with the applicant. They've expressed that they've been happy trying to address some of the issues that have been raised in relation to access and flooding, and that's why this application has taken a bit longer than usual.
Okay. Convener, for me, I mean, again, I think I've probably similar concerns to previous about the considerations of what the policies are that we're looking at in determining this application. For me, I think that the salient issue that remains is that of road safety in terms of it is creating a new access, is creating a new part of development, and you know, I know the officers have said that they still remain to have some concerns in terms of the less than ideal visibility display, and that I think is an important consideration. I think if it was part of a new development overall, if we were seeing this application again, I would have a very different view in terms of you know, whether this was an appropriate site for development at all overall. But I think that it is significant in terms of understanding whether officers think that has significantly been overcome in terms of effect on road safety, and that to me remains the question. I think officers have said that it's less than ideal, but that they're content, as it were, with that situation. I wonder if maybe Gary can give just a sort of final word on taking aside the the home to school transport issue, which I'm not going to go over, but in terms of the visibility splay being less than the 90 metres, but normally having the 120, whether you feel that it has been overcome or it's still a significant consideration in terms of the effect on road safety.
Gary.
Yep, through yourself, convener. So, you're taking out the safe routes to school, which, to be honest, with the committee, I believe I have answered there in the last twice I have spoke. I don't think there's much more that education on myself would be able to provide. But taking that into account, in terms of visibility, Councillor Murtagh, I am not. Our roads development controller are not content. So, in terms of CD 109, that within the design manual for roads and bridges, the desirable minimum forward visibility stop and sight distance for that stretch of road would be 120 metres. And at this moment in time, only 87 metres can be achieved to the east. So we are not, our roads development control side are not content that that can be met. And what we need to do is we need to ensure that we're reviewing and analysing planning applications against the guidance and the standards that we have available. Planning colleagues and the planning committee are then able to make a judgment on that, whether they believe that to be overall the bigger picture, whether that to be looking at approval or reject that application, Councillor Murtagh. However, we need to provide comment on the standards and guidance that we have within our control. So against the design manual for roads and bridges, it's 33 metres less than what we would expect from a junction in terms of stop and side distance to the east.
Okay, no, thank you. That's helpful. I'll leave it at that just now. I know we've got a procedural motion.
Okay, thank you. Decision. We don't have a second. We don't have a second. You want to? Yeah.
Thank you, convener. We do have the procedural motion by Councillor Spears to seek a continuation to a future meeting of the committee. I don't know if there's a seconder for the procedural motion. I'm not seeing any indications of a seconder for that, which leaves us presently without a motion on the item. So I would expect the committee to continue consideration at this meeting.
Okay. Do we have any other motion? Councillor Tinkler? Owen.
Thank you. Notwithstanding the comments that we just heard from Gary McGregor there, I accept that there is a situation where roads are not entirely content with the visibility. And I'm getting that right. Just nod or shake your head. Yep, that's fine. However, again, similar to previous applications on this agenda, and again, notwithstanding the concerns of residents and things like that were put forward during the deputations, I'm not seeing anything that sufficiently meets the criteria that I have in determining this to say that we should refuse this application. I think that the concerns are valid. Do I think they can be overcome with further discussion? I do. The surface water issues I think can be overcome. I'm not 100% sure if there's any conditions that we can put in there additionally to try and mitigate some of the issues. Obviously, the stipulation of the visibility is there, and that's not something that can be overcome by any mitigations. We can't elongate the road, for example. But one of the points that was made earlier on is that there's been a significant amount of vehicular and traffic movements in that area for a good number of years now, with the amount of development that's going on there. And therefore, if there's no data or statistics to suggest that there is a significant issue there, then we should be taking that into consideration and saying, is what we've heard today sufficient enough for us to overturn the advice and recommendations of the officers, and I don't think it meets that criteria. I'm content then to, with those considerations in mind, to move the officers' recommendations today. Thank you, Convener.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Okay. Provost Bissett.
Thanks, Convener. Based on what I've heard and the officers, I'm quite content to second the motion to mind it to grant, as long as the flooding issues are addressed, and maybe we could look into visibility. But I think overall, I tend to agree with Councillor Sinclair, so I'll be happy to second.
Okay, so a motion and a second. Who else? Laura. Sorry, Councillor Murtagh.
Thanks, Convener. I remain to be concerned in terms of the road safety element, and as Councillor Sinclair has just said, it's the one thing that we cannot mitigate. We cannot change the gradient of the road, and we cannot elongate that, the level where we can have that a difference in splay there. And I think that, well, I think the planned officers have done a really good job in overcoming the other elements in terms of the planning problems with what's in national planning policy, and I think they can be overcome. I'm not sure that we can overcome the situation with the road safety, and for that reason I'd probably move against the officer's recommendations.
Mr. Henderson.
Thanks, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Murtagh. In terms of section 25, there's an assessment of whether or not an application is in line with the development plan or not. And the reason I'm raising that is that I note that this report is with us today because there's an overall assessment that it's not in accordance with the plan, but there are material considerations that are considered to outweigh that. So I was just wanting to clarify the reasons that you would be giving for your amendment.
Yeah. And it's why I said what I said, because actually I'm not going to be churlish about this. I think that I agree with the report in that respect. I think there are mitigating circumstances that, yeah, it doesn't meet the local development plan policy and doesn't overcome policy 17 NPF4, but I think that the plan officers have made a reasonable case in that regard. So I'm not going to pretend to overly strengthen my own case for the motion from those, because I think the plan officers have made that case. It is purely on the basis that I think there are remaining road safety concerns, and that those have been borne out by our officers that cannot be overcome. So I'm not using the development plan argument in that respect.
Thank you, Councillor Murtagh. So I think your position would be that while considered contrary to the development plan, you note the considerations taken into account by the planning officers. But notwithstanding that, you would be of a view that the committee would consider the proposed development would have an adverse impact on road traffic management and road safety?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We need to do we have anyone that's willing to second the motion? Mr. Henderson.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. I will do my best at the moment. So, first of all, we have a motion by Councillor Sinclair, seconded by Provost Bissett, to grant permission in accordance with the officer recommendations. We then have an amendment by Councillor Murtagh, which has not yet been seconded, noting that the committee, having considered the officer report, the development plan and material considerations, and having exercised its planning judgment, notes that while the development is considered contrary to the terms of the development plan for the reasons noted by officers. That is not the primary reason for refusal, but the primary reason for refusal being a significant material consideration that would be determinative, and that is that the committee considers that the proposed development would have an adverse impact on road traffic management and road safety.
We could have went back and had talks with education and roads. I know Councillor Murtagh comes from an area where they have 20 miles per hour speed limits, especially for children's safety. And this isn't the problem of the applicant. Once again, it's the problem of the road. We're talking about an old wagon road here that's now being used for traffic at 40 miles per hour. Well, we took an earlier decision where people sitting in their car turned them to go in for their coffee at probably 5 miles an hour, that it was too dangerous. We need to make, we need to take into cognizance what people will make of that outside in our wider world.
Councillor Ansell.
Sure. Councillor Ansell.
I'm happy to second Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Councillor Ansell. I think Councillor Spears has seconded Councillor Murtagh, but thank you.
Already. Thank you. Okay then. So decisions will be.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, we have a motion by Councillor Sinclair, seconded by Councillor Bissett, which is to agree to grant planning permission in accordance with officer recommendations. We have an amendment by Councillor Murtagh, seconded by Councillor Spears, to refuse the grant of planning permission for the reasons just narrated. So on the basis of a roll call vote, sorry, Councillor Ansell, were you wanting to come in, or was that a legacy hand?
No, that's legacy hand.
Thank you, Councillor Ansell. So I think you're first on the votes. So yeah. Councillor Ansell.
Amendment.
Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Bailey Buchanan.
Motion.
I think Councillor Colley is no longer in the meeting. Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest. Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
The motion.
And Councillor Spears. And we have 6 votes for the motion and 3 votes for the amendment. So the motion is duly carried. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's okay to go on at this time. It's only 25 past. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to item 8. The development of land for residential use. Renewal of planning permission. P/19/0568/P. Land to the north of 12A to 16 Slamanan Road, Avon Bridge, for Mr. George Melville. And this is, P24/0102/PPP. And it's on page 95 to 109 of your agenda. And the report is by Mr. Kevin Brown.
Thank you, Convener. Gemma, I could ask if you could bring up the location plan, please, first and foremost. And then following that, just flick through some of the site photos as well. That'd be useful. Yeah, this application seeks planning permission in principle for the development of land for residential purposes at land to the north of 12A
the 16 Slamanan Road, Avon Bridge. Access to the site is proposed to be taken via the existing road end at Avon Park on the western side of the site there. If you flick through the site photographs, Gemma, that'd be great. This is the road end at Avon Park where the access is proposed to be taken. You can see from the site here that the photograph shows that the site is currently made up of rough grassland and scrubland, and it's located to the side and rear of established housing units with an area of forestry on the eastern boundary of the site. Finally, Gemma, if you would be able to bring up the indicative drainage strategy drawing, that would be really useful. This drawing, it's worth bearing in mind that this is purely indicative only. The application is for planning permission in principle, so we're not assessing the detail at this stage in time. What this drawing shows or attempts to show is that the site is capable of being developed. The area of blue, light blue in the northern portion of the site shows an area identified within the flood risk assessment as being at risk of flooding within storm events. Obviously, the area to the south of the blue area is all out with the area of flood risk as shown at the moment. This particular drawing has been produced for drainage purposes, but ultimately it shows there 15 units on the site. Thanks, Gemma. Members will see from section 4 of the main report that the consultation process has not resulted in any outstanding objections or points of concern being raised. We've received 4 letters of representation to the application, with matters raised being summarised in paragraph 6.1 of today's report and addressed in 7B6 to 7B11. The policy assessment is set out in paragraphs 7A2 to 7A13, and members will note that the proposal is assessed as being contrary to the development plan owing to the site's location outside of the village limits and within the countryside as defined by the current Falkirk Local Development Plan 2. Paragraph 7B2 to 7B4 of today's report gives further detail to the site history and local context, and it is of the view of officers that despite the current local development plan position, the current proposal represents a natural rounding off of the settlement boundary in a manner which would not result in ribbon or sporadic development in the countryside. The applicants have addressed the previous reasons for deallocation of the site within between local plan iterations, as the site is now deliverable. The material considerations set out in the report are considered to have sufficient weight so as to justify a departure from the development plan in this instance. With this in mind, the officer recommendation for committee today is minded to grant planning permission in principle, subject to the conclusion of a planning obligation to secure developer contributions towards Braes High School and subject to the conditions outlined in the report. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Councillor Spears?
Yeah, I understand it's just looking at a site, would they get planning permission or could it go ahead? And I would imagine that there'll be a lot more said when it actually comes to making a planning decision on the site. I'm maybe not picked it up. Who's the owner? Falkirk Council?
No, it's not the Falkirk Council. Bear with me.
So we don't need to declare ownership or anything. So I would then need to withdraw myself because I wouldn't know whether I was declaring an interest or not. Because I don't have access to all the facts on it, as nobody else does either, by the way.
Are you considering a site visit to it? Or?
Does it have pavements on the roads and stuff like that?
Any other views? Kevin?
really to clarify the first point there about applicant and ownership details, that the application form, which is part of the application pack, which is available to view on the portal to all members, details that the applicant is the owner of the site, Mr. George Melville.
Okay, well,
you're advising me now to go and look on a portal to answer this question.
Well, that's...
No?
Yeah.
To you, convener, the front of the paper highlights the owner, the applicant, apologies, is George Melville. So that information is contained within the papers.
Okay. There's a couple of been asked waiting for Mr. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener. Convener, this is a planning permission in principle. This was an allocated site within Falkirk Council previously. It was taken out of the local development plan, and the reason why I believe that Mr. Brown is saying that he's in support of it is because it was previously in the local development plan, and it wasn't going to be delivered because it wasn't viable at the time, but now it's viable. I think we're looking into things that we didn't need to look into here. I think it's a planning permission in principle that was previously in the local plan. And the only thing I would say was, is 6 months enough? Thanks, convener.
6 months of the obligation in terms of section 75. Okay. Okay, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Was that the 6 months for conclusion of a planning obligation?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, that's what we consider a fairly standard period to provide foreign reports, and for the nature of the contributions required, all related to financial contributions for open space provision and Braes High School. I think 6 months with a fair wind in both parties, applicant and council working together and moving things on. I think that would be satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there someone here? It was Councillor Spears and then Councillor Murtha. So, no.
I'd just like to thank
the
Bailey Kerr for his succinct explanation.
Thanks. Robert Bissett.
Thanks, convener. This was previously granted planning permission in principle in 2021, and any objections in this application have been addressed by officers, so I'm quite happy to move the recommendation and grant planning permission in principle.
Okay. Bill Buchanan. Yeah, I think you're still on mute, Billy.
Just to agree with Provost Bissett, we've been here before. We know its history. I'm quite happy to second the Provost in agreeing to the recommendation contained within the report to grant. Thank you.
Thank you. So a mover and a seconder. Is anyone otherwise minded? No. So we agree that then? Yeah, agreed. I'll ask Mr. Henderson to confirm it.
Thank you, convener. On the basis of general agreement to the motion, by Provost Bissett, seconded by Bailey Buchanan, that the committee be minded to grant planning permission in this case. That is the matter agreed. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, and thanks everybody for being here today. It's been a long day, I know. So, bye.